Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Good evening and welcome. Good evening and welcome to the Pembroke Pines City Commission meeting of April 17th, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Mayor Good.
I'm here.
Mayor Castillo.
Here.
City Manager Dodge.
Here.
City Attorney Gorin.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Gianna Gonzalez, who is the 2024 Miss Pembroke Pines Teen USA and competing, I should say, for Miss Florida Teen USA. She's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then she's going to sing the national anthem for us. Please remain standing. Gianna? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What so proudly we hailed, twilight gladly, who brought light and bright stars to the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we won, were so gallantly free. And the rockets spread the longer singing, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner get waved o'er the land of the free and
That was lovely. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. Okay, we have several presentations, and I'll work my way forward. Okay. Is that amazing? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Commissioner Rodriguez, will you join me, please? This is a proclamation from the City of Pembroke Pines honoring Arbor Day 2024. Whereas the City of Pembroke Pines has been recognized as the Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the 31st consecutive year and desires to continue its tree planting practices. And whereas
Whereas trees are an essential component of the environment, enhancing the community's quality of life by softening the appearance of structures and trees, providing shade, and beautifying our community. And whereas when properly selected, planted in the right places, and tended appropriately, trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic viability of the business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by winds and water, lower our heating and cooling costs, moderate regulate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And
whereas the city of Pembroke Pines will continue its commitment to urban forestry through its updated tree care ordinance and annual Arbor Day observance, and whereas the city urges all citizens to plant and preserve native trees to advance the well-being of this community now and for future generations to come. Whereas the city of Pembroke Pines continues to recognize and acknowledge the importance of such efforts and encourages the increase of tree canopy throughout the city. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Pembroke Pines and in accordance with National Arbor Day, do hereby proclaim the last Friday, April 26, 2024, as Arbor Day. So saith the Pembroke Pines City Commission. Congratulations, Arbor Day. Is there anybody here to? Thanks. Commissioner Shorts, would you join me, please? This is Water Safety Month. Whereas Pembroke Pines' future depends on long-term health, safety, and wellness of its community of children, teens in our state, and whereas drowning is the single leading cause of death for children ages 1 through 4, and the second leading cause of injury related deaths for children up to the age of 14 in the United States, affecting not only victims, but also families, emergency personnel, and hospitals of our community as a whole. And whereas drowning and aquatic-related injuries are preventable, whereas child should never be left unattended near water and need, and whereas evidence-based strategies, barriers and alarms, water supervision, adult children learning basic swim and water competency skills, use of life jackets around open bodies of water, and learning CPR will engage our community in water safety for all ages. And during the month of May, the city of Pembroke Pines, led by Pembroke Pines Fire, Police, Recreation, Cultural Arts Departments, in collaboration with Water Smart Broward and community organizations, will engage our community in water safety for all ages. Now, therefore, I, Angelo Castillo, mayor of the city of Pembroke Pines, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Water Safety Month in the city of Pembroke Pines, and I urge all citizens to participate in efforts to reduce the risks of drowning and aquatic injuries. I believe there's a presentation.
thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. This proclamation is important. For the last 2 years, Fire Prevention Chief and I, Danielle McGurr, have been working on bringing programming to the city of Pembroke Pines for water safety. Danny's going to give a presentation here in a minute with some pretty alarming information about drowning. It is 100% preventable, and it is the leading cause of death in children between the ages of 1 and 4. So we put together these programs, we're doing outreach, and we bring this to bring awareness to you. And in addition to that, just read my note. In addition to that, especially Danny, no, this is for me. No, especially Danny's department has been working really hard with the Florida Department of Health and to bring awareness and to promote water safety, so much so that the Florida Department of Health has designated the city of Pembroke Pines as a water smart city, a gold designation. And I'd like to bring up Rita Kenazai, I think I said that correctly, so that she can present an award to you, Mayor, of our gold designation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Castillo, Vice Mayor Good, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Clerk, Pembroke Pine residents, and attendees. My name is Rita Kenazay. I am a senior health educator in the Drowning Prevention Program at the Florida Department of Health in Broward County. I'm here tonight to recognize the accomplishments that Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue completed as outlined by the Drowning Prevention Program Water Smart Communities Initiative. A water smart community is a city that has promoted water safety practices, publicly raised awareness regarding drowning, and disseminated information and resources to residents, both adults and children. Given that Broward County has the highest number of drowning deaths of any county in the state of Florida, it is very important to collaborate and inform communities about drowning preventative measures and water safety importance. The Water Smart Communities Initiative is designed to work with municipalities across Broward County, where cities will meet a number of requirements in order to be eligible for a designation. The requirements are split into 3 different tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Depending on the amount they meet, they will receive a designation in the respective tier they apply for. The designation is valid for 1 year. I will now share the efforts that Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue made in each category. It is a quite extensive list, so please bear with me. Starting in the bronze tier, the following were completed. First, drowning prevention education was included in city events, such as Pines Night Out and at car seat installations by the Pembroke Pines Police Department. Second, Water Smart Broward, which is the collaboration between the Florida Department of Health in Broward County and the Children's Services Council of Broward County, must be promoted through various communications. 7 digital signs throughout Pembroke Pines featured Water Smart Broward messaging starting February 23rd. The city's social media page and fire department swim safety page also featured the Water Smart Broward logo. Third, videos showcasing water safety tips were aired on the city's TV station Monday to Sunday between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m., beginning February 27th, and on the city's social media platform. Fourth, a total of 15 apartment complexes in Pines were visited by Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue and myself to educate property managers on drowning data in the county, water safety preventative measures, and information to distribute to their residents, such as the Water Smart Broward $40 Kids Swim Coupon, CPR classes offered by the fire department, adult water watcher tags, and more. Additionally, Fire Rescue and I posted signs at their community pools which reference 3 things: adult supervision of children, the use of 911 in an emergency, and finally, the use of CPR by a trained individual. Fifth, the city must host an annual water safety event. This year, the city of Pembroke Pines is hosting a Water Safety Day on May 6th, which I encourage everyone to attend. 6, residential swimming pool requirements relating to pool safety features for pools built after October 1st, 2000, according to the Florida statute, chapter 515, section 27, must be promoted. Safety barrier guidelines for residential pools booklets were placed in the Pembroke Pines building department for residents to access. Lastly, in the bronze tier, the Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue became an active member of the Drowning Prevention Task Force. So Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue successfully completed the bronze level requirements. Moving on to silver tier requirements, the following were completed. First, the city of Pembroke Pines linked their municipal website to watersmartbroward.org. Second, water safety and drowning prevention awareness were incorporated in middle schools, specifically within the SPUD clubs. SPUD stands for Students Preventing Unintentional Drownings. The 2 schools in Pines were the Pines Middle School and Pembroke Pines Charter. Third, the city must offer CPR classes to city employees and residents. Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue offers CPR classes both to municipal employees and residents of Pines at no cost. Fourth, what was checked off was city aquatic facilities must offer swimming lessons for adults and children as young as 6 months old. Lastly, in the silver tier, pools in the city must accept the Water Smart Broward $40 Kids Swim Coupon, which is also checked off. Thus, all the silver tier requirements were efficiently met. Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue diligently aimed for the highest level, so last but not least, in the gold tier, the following were completed. First, group swim lessons must be offered year-round, that's checked off. And secondly, Swim Central must be promoted to all voluntary VPK elementary, middle schools in Broward County public and charter schools. Swim Central is the county program which provides 10 free water safety classes offering a 2-week period during the school day for kids between 5 and 16 years old. That was another checkbox that was met. So in retrospect, Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue was able to meet the requirements in all 3 tiers in coordination with Pembroke Pines Police Department, the City of Pembroke Pines Office of Communications, and Parks and Recreation. So, for the moment everyone has been waiting for, I know that was a long and extensive list, but I now present the designation to the City of Pembroke Pines as a Gold Water Smart Community from April 2024 to April 2025. Thank you for your hard work and efforts to protect your community. Well deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you so very much. Thank you all. Good evening. Good evening. I'm Daniel Almager, Division Chief and Fire Marshal with the Pembroke Pines Fire Rescue Department. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dodge, City Commissioners, and City staff, our fire department is very excited to have partnered with the Florida Department of Health, Pembroke Pines Police, and the Recreation and Cultural Arts Department for such an important issue as drowning prevention and water safety. As you now know, May is National Water Safety Month, and during this time, we pause to acknowledge the realities of drowning and reflect on what we can do as a community to keep our residents safe. I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to share some important information with you. Unfortunately, drowning is the #1 leading cause of death among children, the ages 1 through 4. And Florida remains ranked highest in the United States for unintentional drownings amongst those ages as well. And like you heard before, Broward County is considered the #1 county for drowning deaths in the state of Florida. In the last 5 years, Broward County has had 42 deaths due to drowning, and 16 of those were here in the city of Pembroke Pines. Drowning is also the leading cause of death for children with autism from the age of 14 and younger. And distracted caregivers are the primary factor for child drowning incidences. The scary part about it is that most drowning incidents occur without a sound, which means that if you don't have someone paying attention, that child's life is in your hands. So we now know that water survival skill training and swim lessons drastically reduce the risk of drowning in children ages 5 and younger. And as per the American Academy of Pediatrics, it's safe to actually start introducing drowning proofing programs to infants at 6 months of age. So by their 4th birthday, most children are ready for swim lessons. Now, obviously, what does that mean? That between now and then, most of us actually just put a pair of wings on our kids and think that they're safe. But we really need to know, and we really need to use some common practices where water noodles and wings are really just toys. Anything that needs to be put on them, like a life jacket or a water wing, should really be approved by the United States Coast Guard. And it should have a logo on it so you know that your kids are safe while they're using it. So we talk about some layers of protection, and these are fundamentally important. Always know your surroundings, include possible drowning risks at home or when traveling. Ensure a trusted caregiver always supervises young children. Never leave a child alone near water or even for a second. Assign a water watcher to use touch supervision. And when a large group is present, don't assume that someone's watching your kids. Make sure that you assign a water watcher. Make sure that you install and maintain a 4-foot fence and self-closing, self-latching gates and doors. Secure and lock all doors, windows,
doors in your home that lead to your pool. And most importantly, install and routinely check door chimes and pool alarms. Just like we check our smoke alarms at home, if you have a pool alarm, you should be checking it as well to make sure that it's functional. With this in mind, we talked a lot about a lot of what happens, but what are we doing as a city? Like mentioned before, we have a swim voucher program. For those that can't afford swim lessons, we're giving them vouchers so that they can make sure that they can attain a swim lesson for their children. We're passing out water watcher lanyards to our citizens to make sure that someone was assigned at a pool as a water watcher. We're implementing a pool alarm program, and this is very similar to a smoke alarm program. Any resident will be able to log into the fire department website, and through the website, they'll be able to sign up for a free pool alarm. Not only will they receive the pool alarm, but our community risk reduction program, a team will actually go out to their home and install it for them. We're trying to take care of everyone's needs. We're teaching community CPR, and as you know now, we are a water smart community, and we're hosting our water safety event. So we really ask any of you and all of you to please join us Saturday, May 4th, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. We'll be distributing a limited amount of swim lesson vouchers that day, and we'll have a water safety presentation discussing the importance of direct supervision, safe water rescue practices, and hands-only CPR. We'll have mannequins on site so we can train families on how to safely initiate CPR if needed. So, and lastly, we'll be distributing the water watcher cards and lanyards, and of course, everyone loves the promotional items. So, you know, our city's really proud to stand together here and truly make a difference when it comes to water safety and practices. Our city's looking forward to seeing you all at our event at the Academic Village Pool, and most importantly, I really would just want to take this time to thank you for your support, because it really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, and all of you at the fire department for the amazing job that you do keeping us safe. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Chris Holly, who is with the Florida League of Cities, he's the Director of External Service, has a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. As the Mayor said, my name is Chris Holly, and I'm with the Florida League of Cities. For those in the audience who aren't familiar with the League, we are the local voice for the 411 municipal governments in the state of Florida. And we have been in place since 1922, so over 100 years of advocating for the needs of cities just like Pembroke Pines. I want to thank the city for being a dedicated member of the League. And I'm here really because it's an honor to present your mayor with the John Land Years of Service Award for his 20 years of dedicated service to the city of Pembroke Pines. So, thanks, Mayor. So I will say, so this award obviously takes a lot of work and dedication, but it's named in honor of the mayor, John Land, who served his city for more than 60 years. We give this award and honor elected municipal officials like your mayor for their extensive years of dedicated public service. And your commitment to service in this city is truly commendable. And it is it's true that the local government closest to the people serves it best. You have positively impacted countless lives through your work. And as a local elected official, we want to thank you for your unwavering dedication to serving your community. I do like to take a moment. It's a long resolution. I don't want to read the entire thing, but there's one of my most favorite parts of this for your audience. Whereas several terms in office are a high compliment that voters give to an official, and where these years of experience comes a strengthening of wisdom, discernment, and strong leadership skills that bring tremendous value to the municipal governments of Florida. That is one of my most favorite lines, because this is, yes, an award of service, but it's an award of dedication and respect that your community has put in you. So thank you, Mayor. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors, by the Florida League of Cities, that Angelo Castillo is commended for his dedication to the city of Pembroke Pines and is hereby recognized as an outstanding public servant in Florida by the Board of Directors assembled this 31st day of January 2024, signed by our current president, Greg Ross, Mayor of Cooper City, and attested by our Executive Director, Jeannie Gardner. Mayor, and you. And we also have your lapel pin of 20 years of dedicated service.
Thank you very much.
Any words, please?
Thank you very much. I can't believe 20 years went by so fast.
Another 5, 10, 15.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's get to work. Okay. Announcements of items to be pulled from the agenda?
Mayor,
Yes.
we still have one more.
Oh, you have one
presentation.
more?
Yes,
Okay, go right ahead.
public art, sorry. Good afternoon, Christina Sorensen, Assistant City Manager. A year ago, this commission approved awarding a contract to Cultural Planning Group to develop the public art master plan. I'm very excited. We have a final draft, and tonight I have Linda Flynn from Cultural Planning Group here to do a presentation on this. This is just an overview of the plan. We'll be bringing it back to you at a future commission meeting for final adoption and approval. So with that, I introduce Linda Flynn.
Thank you, Christina. And thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, Commissioners, and staff. Again, my name is Linda Flynn. I am a partner with the Cultural Planning Group, and we're engaged to develop this public art plan. I promise to be very brief and informative for this presentation because I know you have a lot on your agenda. So I'd also like to take a moment, though, to thank the Cultural Arts Department staff, the Cultural and the Art Board, and all of the other city staff and city boards that participated in this planning process and made it seamless for us in the past year. So I'll start by just telling you a bit about the purpose of the plan and the planning process. So first, these are the goals for the plan over the next 5 to 7 years. Structure, vibrancy, involving residents in the process and plan implementation, elevating the resident experience, and ensuring the program touches all parts of the city. We met with what we've accomplished. We met with you, we met with city staff, city boards, business owners. We attended events, we distributed a community survey, and we also did benchmarking on programs and funding. So what did we hear? Across the board, the people we met with and residents that completed the survey take pride, number one, in the cultural diversity of this city and embrace the family focus. The city has an abundance of parks, open spaces, and public spaces that people want to see activated. And we heard much support for the plan and its pending implementation. So what can a public art plan do? What is the greatest value for the city of Pembroke Pines? You know, showcasing the unique character of the city, ensuring the art reflects this character. And as we heard from many, differentiate Pembroke Pines from others. There's a lot of opportunity to do that. And that's what we heard from people that we engaged during the process. So we did a survey, a couple of highlights. Number one, residency. First, defining who completed the survey is important to us, making sure that it was residents of Pembroke Pines. Here are the stats for review. So the majority are full-time residents, minority part-time residents. There are 13% that live elsewhere, but of those 13%, 30% work in the city or own a business in the city. So really approximately about 40 of the respondents did not live or work, but we had comments in the survey where people had family here and came here. So overall, as a cultural planning group, we define a successful and sustainable public art plan as being diversity of art, diversity of artists, and diversity of thought. And we heard this from the community, that they also find these points to be very important to the plan. So looking at public impact, what do they want the plan to do? Enrich and bring life to buildings, streetscapes, create and enliven public spaces, support the local arts community, and enhance experiences. Types of public art are also diverse, from public art festivals and events to large-scale art, functional art, and small-scale art throughout the city, which was a theme. People want to see things throughout the city. Places for public art, parks and open spaces, gateways and entry landmarks throughout the neighborhoods, roadway medians, gathering spaces, and of course, trails. So these were actual comments. I'm not going to go through these, but these were actual comments from residents on the survey, all the way from wanting art to bring whimsy and a greater sense of community, connecting community, opportunities for local artists, and just really want public art to tell the story of the city. I think we ended up with over 200 comments in the survey from residents. So the plan, 3 focus areas, 4 public art frameworks, and 9 goals. So the focus areas, building the foundation. The Cultural Arts Department has done an amazing job with public art so far, but this expands the program capacity, staff support, suggestions, and implementation of sustainable funding and collections management and maintenance. You don't know how many cities that we've worked with that have public art, and 15 years later, they don't know where the artist is, what the materials are, or how to take care of that public art. So we recommend that be part of the plan in the beginning. So supporting local, we want opportunities for local and regional artists, but in order to have a diverse public art collection, there needs to be national and international art as well. But there's always set aside for supporting local. We met with businesses that want to be involved in the plan, and lots of we recommend community engagement throughout plan implementation. And then ensuring for long-term success, obviously a diverse collection, awareness campaigns so people know the city has a successful public art plan, and being available to all residents. These are the public art frameworks. We call these curatorial frameworks, meaning that we set up the frameworks based on through the lens of community priorities. And these 4 areas, as you see through the survey and the engagement findings, are priorities of the residents. And then we have the 9 goals. So all the way from strengthening program capacity to establishing protocols for the city so all city departments can be involved in the public art program and help identify opportunities, to developing placemaking and programming equitably throughout the city. So your recreation and cultural arts department staff are already working on many of these actions and many of these goals, and have done an outstanding job with the program. This plan will create a roadmap for the next 5 to 7 years. And that's it. Any questions?
Questions, commissioners? I want to thank you for a great presentation. The arts and culture is central to the vitality of our city, and we're very, very proud of what we do, and we look very much forward to doing even more in the future to beautify our city and to give people that sense of energy that only art in its own very special way can do. Commissioner Rodriguez, did you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, and we look forward to seeing the plan in completion.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and I thank you, Linda, I remember meeting with you and, a very fun meeting nevertheless, because, what you do is to touch that part of us. I also though do want to give, special recognition to our Arts and Culture Board, for, providing, the background support, in making this, come to us, and I can't wait to see it on the street. So to you and to the Arts and Culture Board, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Items at the request of the public.
No items, Mayor.
Commission audit report,
None, Mayor.
appeals of Board of Adjustment decisions,
No appeals, Mayor.
the announcement of board or committee appointments.
No announcements at this time, but there will be announcements at the next commission meeting, May 1st.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, without objection, I'd like to take number 20 out of order on the regular agenda, and that's discussion and possible action on the appointment of an interim commissioner for Pembroke Pines District 4. We're going to start off with public comment, but let me just put the conversation into some context. So this is basically a continuation of the meeting that and the discussion that we had 2 weeks ago. There is a vacancy in District 4 for city commissioner because I got elected as mayor. And never once in the history of Pembroke Pines has this city commission failed to fill a vacancy promptly when it occurs. The Pembroke Pines City Charter tells us how to do that. By resolution, we have to come up with a process and fill the seat until that individual or until that seat is elected by the people. We talked about 3 different ways that the city attorney has suggested that we can proceed. One is, and to one extent or another, the commission has done these different ways in the past. One is that someone can just nominate somebody. And if that individual gets 3 votes, that person becomes the interim commissioner. Another way, which is a new way because it's brought about by the ordinance that the last sitting city commission passed regarding the November elections when the next District 4 commissioner will be elected, is to select simply from the list of people who have already qualified. There wasn't much appetite for that either. Consensus began forming around the possibility of opening up applications to the general public, people living in District 4 who might be interested in applying for the position. Then we got into a conversation about Form 6, which is a financial disclosure form. And there was mixed reviews as to whether an interim commissioner should fill it out. I don't believe the law requires that an interim commissioner fill it out. It really only is required when someone qualifies to run. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, I'd only qualify the answer by saying that should the commission make a selection for an interim commissioner, that the person sitting in the chair would have to file a Form 6.
They would have to
To
file.
sit in the chair,
Okay,
but would not
So-
necessarily be one to qualify, would have to file one, so.
so they're gonna have to file a Form 6 anyway. The question would be when. They can either file it at our request early, or they can file it later. Certainly that was a consideration. And the last was some discussion about criminal background check, which was brought up, and it really didn't, at least my sense of it was it didn't really catch on with all of the commission. So the consensus was to basically, the consensus was forming to have an application process at large. And that's sort of the background of where we are now. I'd like to open this up to the public first, and then we will discuss and come up with our strategy for filling the position. And I'm sure we will do that. Does anyone wish to speak? Come forward, please. Name and address for the record. There's a button there that you can press that activates this speaker. You see it? Push to talk. No?
I got it.
Got.
Yeah.
Name and address.
My name
for the
is Wendell Lindsay. I live in Century Village. I am the president of the 32 condominium associations. A little background. About a year ago, the state changed the lines of the districts, and Century Village now has 2 congressional representatives instead of 1.
State representative.
State representatives, yes. And one of those we see all the time. The other one was introduced a year ago and haven't seen her since. We also were because of district, we're given a new county commissioner. She's a very nice person, has had health problems, have not seen her in a year. We have a state Senate representative, senator representative, who is termed out. I have not met her. She's represented us for a year. What I'm getting at is whoever was our previous commissioner used to come to my office each month on the second Tuesday. And we would talk about things related to the Century Village. They would meet with residents and help assist those people. And a very important kind of thing. So what I'm asking at this point is, it's very important that we have continuation of representation. If you've been watching television lately, you've seen that we've had a few cars backed up at our entryway. Most people don't realize that we get 55,000 cars a month through our entryway. We could certainly use conversation and input and ideas from a commissioner. So I think it's very important that even though it's November, we have 6 months, we still need representation. We need somebody, whomever that is, to come to us monthly and be able to call that person and get information and advice and suggestions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll continue to stay in touch with you until, and even after a commissioner is appointed. Who else wishes to speak? Anybody else? Yes? Come forward, name and address for the record, please.
Scott Barnett, 19346 Southwest Fifth Street. It's a great honor to say for the first time in this place, Mayor Castillo.
Thank you.
And distinguished commissioners. I'm curious if we do 20 here, would you end up taking item 18 right after? Because they're paired together? Because 18 is about the timing of qualification and.
Without objection, we can do on number 18 once we're finished with 20.
Simply here in District 4, we simply need to have continued representation. It's just a basic democratic principle. And in terms of the appointment of an interim commissioner, I think my opinion is it should be an organic process. I don't think anybody should be limited. I don't think anybody who qualified in the special period of March 15th should have any prerogative over any other person. So I think we should keep that process open, and it'll be up to the commissioners with the board of the residents of, who that interim commissioner should be. But we should definitely not keep deferring this. We need to, get somebody in place so that we have that representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Oh, one more? Oh, I'm sorry. Name and address for the record, please.
Lourdes Diaz, 1483 Southwest 156th Way, Pembroke Pines, Grand Palms. And thank you for taking care of the potential accident that we're going to happen in the backside of Grand Palms. Got your email today without us even asking you, and you did it. So thank you, Mayor. I came to the last meeting. I heard the discussion. There's 4 people that showed due diligence and they applied to run. They care to run. They paid to run. They've already filled out the forms. So if you're going to not nominate, which to me, that's just a lot simpler, I would suggest that you look into those 4 people who really cares about the city, who really wants to run for a commission seat. And among those 4, you interview them. You choose among them. This way, the process is very quick. Since Grand Palms is also a big community, just like Century Village, we want our commissioner. I've had a personal relationship with my commissioner, Angelo Castillo, who's now my mayor, for little things like I can't cut down my tree. My tree is messing up my driveway. Help me. And he came out personally, helped me and the other residents of my area. So commissioner is very important to an area, especially when you have a lot of people, residing in your area. So I ask you to please, whatever you do it fast. I don't think it's very, very easy to do a full-time job as mayor and also a full-time job as commissioner. And we need, as soon as possible, to fill that seat. Thank you so much.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Gloria Pierce and my address is 13055 Southwest 15th Court. It's in Century Village. And I am here because I know I live in a very large village. I know that when you, Mayor, were commissioner, you were hands-on in that community for so many people. You helped you were there. And now I feel like it's almost an impossible task to ask you to be commissioner and mayor for the next 6 months until the November election, because the election is further away than it was before. And I'm just hoping that the commissioners do what I think is the right thing and let somebody be appointed until the election that happens in November. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the item? Okay, Mr. City Attorney, oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for a hand. Name and
Sorry, I
address.
got my head in.
Name and address for the record.
Is this pushed already? Beautiful. Hi, Susan Snyder, 730 Southwest 191st Avenue, Pembroke Pines. Thank you for moving up the item. Nice to see you all. Very short, because you've heard the comments. It was very frustrating to sit in that meeting last time when you should have made a decision fairly quickly and talked about what needed to be done and decide. We are entitled to a commissioner in District 4. So please, please, whatever you're going to do, figure it out and get it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Going once, going to, there's a hand. Please draw near and name and address for the record, please.
My name is Heather Lambert. My address is 19969 Southwest 3rd Place, Pembroke Pines. I just want to stir the pot a little bit. If they're going to ask you to perform as mayor and as our commissioner, I think you deserve to have the 2 votes. We will not have a landlocked session then.
Well, there's an idea. Thank you very much. Anybody else? We're all done? We're all done? Thanks. Mr. City Attorney,
Mayor.
we're in write and adopt. Is that the term?
Yes, let me respond if I can, Mayor.
Please.
As we discussed at the last meeting, to the extent that the mayor and commission follows the charter, and let me just review briefly with you to recollect for your benefit, under section 3.11 subsection D, the specific section of our charter tells us the following. Unless otherwise provided for by law, if a vacancy occurs on the city commission, the remaining members of the city commission may, by majority vote, appoint a qualified individual to fill the vacancy on an interim basis. The city commission shall adopt a resolution setting forth the process of appointing an interim member of the city commission pursuant to the section. The question you asked, Mayor, is whether or not the mayor and commission could act this evening. This was the question raised at the meeting of April the 3rd. The process is called a draft and adopt. What that means is in rare occasions, and they do occur from time to time, if the mayor and commission structured a substantive conclusion to how to handle this issue, we would then assign a resolution number to the document this evening. We'd read a title into the record that we've already briefly prepared given the last discussion, and we'd fill that document out and finalize it by tomorrow, thereby enabling the commission to act this evening as opposed to some future moment. So the draft and adopt would be assigning a resolution number, moving forward on the item this evening, having us draft that document for the commission and implement it as quickly as tomorrow in the context of your decision.
Okay, commissioners, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Rodriguez.
I just wanted to reinstate what we had talked about last time. I am definitely for making sure that we do have that representation. I believe we all received this. It was talk about last time when we're going to vote on a budget, we actually received some guidelines as to how many votes we have to have. And at this point, and I could be mistaken, I think Lisa is here. She sent over an email. We would basically need a unanimous vote between all of us to vote on a budget, making it a lot harder for us to get to that point. In the case that there is, anyone who disagrees. And if we don't get to that vote, then we actually have to adopt the last year's budget, if I'm not mistaken, which brings down our revenue by about 10 million, making it a really hard choice for the commission. So that's just what I wanted to say. And I believe we all got that email, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody else? Vice Mayor Good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am wanting to make it very clear, it needs to be crystal clear, that I support having a representative for District 4. I want to make that clear. Now, we had conversation at our last meeting, and I needed to get some counsel from our attorney, which he had provided. My biggest issue right now is making sure that District 4 elects their representative, not this commission. Now, this commission makes an appointment to anyone who is running. We have given them every advantage that anybody else in the race will not have. They will have the ability to access information directly with the city. They will have access to some of these public settings, public events, meeting people with the title of commissioner. And on top of that, that makes them an incumbent. So they are not a candidate, they are an incumbent. And I have to share with my colleagues for a moment, because there is an attorney general opinion on this issue. And it says very clearly that if this commission appoints somebody to sit and represent a district, they are now an incumbent and they can run as an incumbent, not as just a candidate. Could you have the clerk give that out, please? So I know that we're going to go through the process, and I know that we're going to probably pick a representative. My hope to my colleagues is to recognize that we should be choosing someone who does not have an unfair advantage over anybody else in the field. So as we go through this process, one of the things that I had to ask our attorney was, why can we not ask for applications from people who are interested to represent and give a condition that if they are applying for an interim position, that they do not run for the permanent position. So that way they can leave it to the district and let them choose their own representative. So the attorney stated, well, you can't really do that. I think we all know that. But he said you can ask them. And so one of the things that I like to have my colleagues consider that if we go, I will not support anything other than a process and an application where people are clearly given an opportunity to participate. But on that application, I would like us to consider if we can incorporate language that would state on whether they have intention to run in the permanent position or they don't have the intention to run for the permanent position. So that way, when we are looking at these candidates, that we at least have an understanding about who we're selecting. Because again, the goal is to allow the district to pick their representative free and clear of any unfair advantage.
Is that a motion, Vice Mayor?
I'd like to hear my colleagues, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I'll weigh in, Mayor, if I may.
Well, first, let's, Mr. City Attorney, did you see this, this legal opinion?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, we provided it to the Vice Mayor who asked for it. If I may, just one point of clarification.
Yes.
The item which he's providing to you is what's called a Division of Elections opinion. It is not an AG's opinion, but it's akin to an AGO. This was issued back in 2001. We did a little bit of homework after the last meeting at the request of the Vice Mayor. And essentially, the Vice Mayor has provided you with a copy of what we provided to him, which is a DEO. They're binding on the applicant, the one who makes the request specifically. And essentially what the opinion says is what you have in front of you. So the answer is that the Division of Elections in Tallahassee, which is legally authorized under the state election code to provide legal opinions to those who make a request for it, concluded that the word incumbent, if I may read quickly into the record, the word incumbent is not defined in the election code. Black's Law Dictionary defines incumbent as a person who is in present possession of an office. A person appointed to an office is the incumbent. Therefore, a candidate who is presently in possession of an office to which he was appointed and for which he is running for re-election may use the words re-elect in a political advertisement. And that's in this DEO. That's a matter of public record. We could find no other opinion, analysis, or evaluation after the opinion was issued. It was DEO number 01-02, issued in April 4th of 2001. What it says.
Okay. Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Good, your thought process and the information that you provided tonight is helpful. The one part that's missing now is item 18. Item 18 has yet to be put to bed. So you can have a process for an interim that may not conclude until after qualifying in June, if that were to pass. That's the only way you would know who's in and who's out. When, if I may, to the city attorney, the opinion of the Division of Elections is sound. It's the last two appointees were allowed to use the word re-elect on their campaign material.
That's incorrect.
They were allowed.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay.
The opinions we have consistently gotten from campaign management and from the Division of Elections is that unless you are elected, you cannot use re-elect. And I understand this. However, this was not in the Tuesday night memo. And I've never seen this document before, and I need to converse with the lawyers about it. And, I'm not sure that this is exactly the way it is.
Point of clarification for just a moment. Point of clarification. All right. I yield.
And that's been the rule since Caesar was in
Well,
short pants.
Just as a point of clarification, I could tell you that you can go to 2018, the appointment before the last one, and the Sun Sentinel will make that very, very clear for you in the 2018 editorial that they wrote up on this issue, and they clarified and verified that this commission appointee, we had an appointee that did run as re-elect, not as a candidate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So
Who was that?
that would have been Commissioner Ishmael Monroy who used that. So on the surface, anyone can say something's not true, something's not accurate. Okay, but when we verify fact, and thank you, Vice Mayor Good, for pointing it out, that was about ready to come out of my mouth before I was interrupted. So the DOE opinion that I just heard was written in 2000 and what again, City Attorney?
2001.
2001, 23 years ago, was the same document that could have been utilized in 2004 at the time of the appointment of Commissioner Carl Schechter, may he rest in peace. The appointee of Commissioner Ishmael Monroy and the appointee Commissioner Larissa Chantis. All three had the option. Now, whether or not they chose to use it, that was their decision, but they had the legal option to do that. The other issue is the word intent. So in application, Vice Mayor Good, you say, well, do you have the intention on running? Well, maybe not at the time I filled it out, but tomorrow's a new day. And anything can change. So there's no finality, there's no absolute, and therefore, I think it'd be proper order to give a little bit more clarity to this commission and the public would be to table 20 and move directly to 18 and find out if there's going to be an amendment to a qualifying period. That will certainly satisfy Vice Mayor Good's concern about intent.
Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Basically, what we're saying is if we if we decide that we're not, I agree, we can't give somebody a leg up. I prefer to do that. But we also haven't decided whether we're going to reopen or not open qualifying, and everybody, whether they say we consider them or not, they can very well still apply. They have the right to use this language. So maybe we should consider qualifying. However, it's also important to understand that we can all come to the consensus of simply deciding that we're not going to select someone that has intent or has already qualified. But in the end, like, we can just come to that consensus. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's binding it by any means.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond.
Sure.
So yes, and you're absolutely right. You know, I mean, we can't control somebody's behavior, but what they do, however, if they identify as not intending to run for the permanent position and then they change their mind, they put themselves at risk for their integrity and their credibility, and that will clearly be used against them in the public jury. So I thought about that. I understand that. You know, I do believe that where Commissioner Schwartz is going is probably a little bit more secure in regards to, you know, if you don't open it back up, you know, and we get applications necessarily that are, you know, that are not of the qualifications, we choose to pick somebody who didn't qualify because you don't have another qualifying period. You know, we sort of control that a little bit better. But having that on the app, that's one way. The application, again, I think it's the public jury that will make that determination. If they say I'm not going to run and they do run, I think it's a bigger issue for them.
I'd like
Valid.
to.
And I was just going to say valid point.
I'd like to jump into that point by having a little bit of a conversation with the city attorney. So, Ms. City Attorney, I don't know that it's a legally binding, a feasible, expectation that we would appoint anyone and then bar them. I don't think that's been said, but let's just go down the list. Bar them from running if they choose to run, right? We could not do that.
I agree with you.
Okay. We still live in America.
Answer is yes.
Okay.
Point of clarification,
Yes.
we did not speak
No, I know
about
that. I know
barring
that.
at all.
I
We
said
said
that.
ask.
That's right. Secondly, I don't know that we have any legal standing to ask that. I mean, it would, even if they said yes, on what basis would we even ask that? Depriving someone the right to, or shaming them into not running for office? What purpose would that serve? Yes,
Is that a question for me?
yes, it is.
Yes, look to the charter. What does the charter tell us? It talks about a resolution setting forth the process.
Right.
That process may include a series of questions. As we discussed at the last meeting on April the 3rd, this appointment under the charter is an interim appointment. It is your decision to make. It's like you're hiring somebody for a job.
Right.
It's not the same as qualifying to run for office because it only requires two items: living in the city or living in the district and being 18 years of age or older and being a registered elector. So you have the right to ask a certain number of questions. How you set the tone for those questions is on the commission's, list. That's up to you. But to ask the question, it may not be irreverent to ask it, but I think it could be questionable legally to actually seek to employ it on the applicant.
So I'm going to tell you that, I just got an award today for 20 years of service. In that period of time, I can recall 3 interim commissioners appointed. One won and the other 2 lost, and they all ran. So the notion that an interim appointment gives anyone a leg up, while I can understand how on the surface it might seem that way, it really just doesn't exist. Because the bottom line is it's not us they have to convince, it's you. And you get to vote for whoever it is that you want. So I don't really, I mean, if it's the will of the commission to do something along those lines and the attorney says that's legal, I'll go along with it. But at the end of the day, it's the people that get to decide this. And I think the way to look at it is let everyone apply. And then you pick the most qualified person, in your opinion, based on who applies, whether they qualified or not. Now, here's the other side of that. The other side of it is that at the end of the day, this is an interim position. And while maybe they can use this re-elect stuff, I think if you go into District 4 and you haven't been re-elected and your stuff says re-elect, they're going to throw you the hell out. I know that district. I just won 71% of it for mayor. So they're not going to like that. And I think that's probably why I see one of my former opponents here didn't use it, because it's kind of
Mayor,
silly.
Mayor,
So
point
if
of
we
order,
get,
point of order, Mayor.
hold on one second.
Point of
So-
order, point of order.
I don't know what your
Robert's
point,
rules.
what is
of
your
order.
point of order?
Let's not disparage
I'm not
any
disparaging.
member of the public or
Thank you.
or the dispersed.
Thank you. You've made your
or
point
the
of order.
dispersed.
So I think
Point well taken. Thank you.
I think the issue now is, if we're looking for a reason, not to proceed, I guess any one of them will do. But here's what I think makes the most sense and is the fairest. Whether you qualify or not is your business with the people. Who we select should be our business with the applicant. And our business with the applicant should be to open it up to everybody. We look at all of the applications. You pick the ones that you think are most qualified, and we vote on it. Because at the end of the day, it's that person that gets to decide whether the re-elect goes on their stuff, or whether they run, or whether they don't run. And it'll be up to the voters to choose them or somebody else, and that's their business. Our business is simply to fill that seat on an interim basis. And that's sort of the way I feel about it. And I've expressed that, but now it's time to make motions. We got to bring this in for
Mr.
landing.
Mayor, I'd like to still make a response comment. Everything you said is speculative, just as the comments that was made by me were called out to be speculative.
Okay,
I can tell you, though, let's forget about they're going to use the reelection. They certainly have every right every day to be in the city manager's office, meeting with every city department, having a super download on everything that's going on, which gives them an unfair competitive advantage to anybody else that's going to be running for the race. And that does not give the public then the opportunity really to pick the right person. We talk about, let's pick somebody, us as a commissioner. I'm still a little nervous about it too, because why? Well, we pick somebody who wants to raise taxes. And I certainly don't believe that anybody in District 4 wants to pick anybody that wants to raise taxes. But that's a possibility of something that we do. I'd rather that the public do that themselves and not put that on us. But I'm willing to pick a interim appointee so long as I know that they don't have an intention to run, and they're going to let the district choose without any unfair advantage their candidate. And all I'm asking is that if we go through a process and we do an application, I would like to know whether that person is really intending to run in the long term for the permanent seat or not, and ask that question.
Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney, is it possible to ask on the application? I mean, obviously, we will know for the people that have qualified, but would it be legally defensible to ask on the qualification, do you intend to run?
If I may respond, I think that you're in a very unique place, because under the charter, this is a rare opportunity to actually interview for a position which you're hiring, essentially. So the answer is, I think with all fairness, I don't think you can make the legal commitment to run or not to run, but you can ask the question. It's not it's not illegally, an irreverent, illegal question, which correspondingly it could be illegally.
Is that a
made.
motion to include whether you're going to run or not as the question in the application?
That would be my request, yes, sir.
Okay,
So,
is there a
motion.
second to that motion?
Second.
I'm going to offer a substitute motion.
So let me explain about substitute motions. So under Robert's rule, once a motion is made and is seconded, if you make the substitute motion and he reiterates his original motion, the substitute motion dies, because there can only be two substitute motions. So rather than get into that issue, I would instead recommend to you that you make an amendment. Offer the commissioner an amendment, because if he feels pretty strongly about his motion, it has been seconded, it now belongs to the body. If you make a substitute motion, he can make another substitute motion, and we're back to him. So why don't you just offer him an amendment?
Sure.
Is my suggestion. You can do whatever you want.
I'll make it easier. Let's table this item, bring up item 18, dispense of that, and come back to 20.
I'm not hearing much support for that. So let's get back to the motion that the commissioner made.
I didn't hear you ask for a second for the deferral, man.
Is there a second to do that? To do 18 first? I don't see a second. So we're back to the motion by the commissioner to include the language, the question, do you intend to run for the District 4 seat in the application? And that's been seconded. Any further discussion? Commissioner Rodriguez.
Sorry, no, preemptively.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any discussion on the public, just on that one amendment to include in the application, are you running? Seeing none.
Allow me to.
Oh, I see one hand. Come forward. Did you want to speak?
Good evening, Anna Butarek, 12915 Northwest 22nd Manor. So on this item alone, asking the applicant, do you intend to run? Commissioner Good, why is that so detrimental?
He's explained that he feels.
That he has, okay, so that the person is considered an incumbent and they will have an advantage when they start campaigning if they run in November. But ultimately, isn't it the decision of the voters? And isn't it?
No, let me explain why.
Okay.
So we are here to pick an interim commissioner. The
Yes,
voters
yes.
will pick a permanent commissioner. They
Oh,
don't
I
pick
see.
the interim commissioner. So it's important to to commissioner to have that question on the application.
Uh-huh.
We're about to vote on that. But the asking of the question doesn't bind anyone on the commission.
But if
It's simply it doesn't limit anyone here. The rule hasn't been suggested. I don't think it could legally be
But-
suggested that if you've applied for the position, we can't choose you. But the commissioner, the vice mayor wishes to have that question asked on the application, and that's what we're discussing.
But why? Why do you want to know if they're gonna,
All
you
right,
know?
and
Oh,
you
okay.
can't ask individual commissioners questions.
Oh, I'm
You have-
sorry.
You have to
I'm sorry.
direct it to me. So,
Okay.
so the commissioner has indicated
Sorry.
that he feels a preference to have that in the application, and, that's the answer.
Okay, so I don't have an answer. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mayor.
Does anyone else wish to speak from the public? We're going to close the public discussion. Commissioner Schwartz, you're recognized.
Okay. City Attorney.
Lourdes Diaz, 1483 Southwest 156th Way, Pembroke Pines.
Lourdes, you'll be the last speaker on the amendment. Go right ahead.
Okay, I think in the last meeting, the city attorney said that you really can't bind somebody. Maybe I misunderstood what you said, that if they were given that position, that they could not run. As a voter and as residents of Pembroke Pines, I don't want a part-timer. I want somebody who's serious. I want somebody who is going to lead us in the future. And what you're doing is you want to put somebody in a chair for a few months and preventing the 4 possible candidates that are running from learning and getting experience, which I think is a total waste of time. And so that's what I find so confusing in what you're doing here, because the basic thing is we voted for you. You represent us. So why don't you have the right to vote? Why don't you, 4 of you, have the right to interview the people that were serious, that wanted to run, that paid their fees, that filled out all the forms? And among those 4 people, it's like a business interview, and you pick the person, because those are the 4 that were going to be a commissioner anyway, because they wanted to go through the process. That you want to open it up to the entire Pembroke Pines and let all the people know what you're doing. The people knew there was a race. They knew that there was somebody running for a commission seat. They knew that somebody was running for the mayor's seat. So it's a known fact. What I'm worried about is I don't want to sit here for 3 months where we don't have a commissioner. And somebody gets killed, like what happened in Grand Palms, and I have no one to talk to.
We're getting there.
So
We're
that's
getting there.
my point.
We're getting there. Thank you very much for your testimony. Commissioner Schwartz, you had a comment?
I do. Commissioner Good, Vice Mayor Good. Residents may see this ask on an application as prejudicial towards any potential interim appointment, meaning that unless they say they're not running, that they wouldn't have your support. Therefore, the 4 that have already qualified may feel a little shortchanged. Residents may also see that 18 hasn't been completed yet. And if there is going to be an amendment to reopen qualifying, then we also have 4 qualified individuals who have already done their budgets and have already done their strategies and already done their walking and their printing and all that based on 4. Now they're going to have to wait another 45 to 60 days, whenever that time period is, to figure out how to run a campaign. And We also have the supervisor election that we are certainly asking for an August election. We're certainly pushing for that as well. So the deck action's been filed and we're suing them. And there's a possibility that we can actually have this election in August instead of November. So there's a lot of moving parts happening here. So I like to have certainty. Pembroke Pines, the residents in Pembroke Pines, the business community in Pembroke Pines, they like to have stability. They don't like to have a lot of quick changes and quick decisions. They like a methodical pace. And I think the best way to do this is to have some certainty and figure out what this commission is going to do about item 18 before,
that motion did not get a second. Please stay on top.
before, so I can't support your motion based on the fact that we don't have certainty. The intention raises some flags, raises some unnecessary light that may be pointed in the wrong direction. I'm taking the guidance of the city attorney. And what the city attorney says is that the DOA opinion of 2001 is clear, and 311D is explicit. Says the commission may, not required, may appoint. So what hasn't been decided, I guess which would be the next step, is process. For example, the qualifying period for March, some residents felt it was too short. There wasn't enough time to advertise to get the public to know that there were opportunities to come forward.
Commissioner.
On the point, Mayor, on the
Please stay to the
point.
point to the amendment.
We have the possibility under Vice Mayor's recommendation that we put this out to everybody. How much time are you going to give the public?
We will get to that. We will get to that. We're simply talking.
What is the appropriate amount of time?
We will get to that. We're simply talking right now about Vice Mayor's amendment to put a sentence in the application.
Okay, so Mayor, you want to take this step by step? We're going to vote
Yes.
on this?
Yes.
And then we're going to get to how long
That's
we're going
correct.
to advertise the position.
We'll get
Is
to
that the
that.
next step?
We'll get to that. Yes. Okay, anything further? Okay, clerk will call the roll on the amendment, please.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
No.
Mayor Castillo.
No.
Motion passed.
So that motion dies. So we're back to the,
It fails.
the motion fails. So we're back to the process. So we were, before the amendment came up, we had a process where it was going to be open to everyone. Can I entertain a motion for that?
I motion for it to be open to everybody.
Okay, so it'll be open to everyone.
Everybody being anybody in District 4.
Anybody in, well, you have to live in
Anybody in
District 4.
District 4.
You have to be an elector in District 4.
Mr. Mayor, forgive me for the interruption. I apologize. The clerk just needed clarification. My tally said it was a 2-2 tie, which it fails. Her record need to reflect that.
That's correct.
You're back on a free slate right now.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so is there a second to Commissioner Rodriguez's motion? I will second the motion.
Point of order.
Yes.
We have a charter 311D that already outlines that there's no need to make a recommendation for everyone. It's already in the charters. 311D, which says that you have to be a qualified elector within the district. There's no need for this motion.
Mr. Mayor,
That wasn't the motion. The motion was to open the process up to everyone living in District 4.
How is that different from 311D?
Because 311D doesn't talk about the applicants in District 4. It talks about the process for appointing a commissioner.
City Attorney, please clarify.
the answer is consistent with the mayor's commentary. It speaks to the issue of adopting a resolution, which we talked about earlier this evening, which sets forth the process of appointing an interim member of the city commission pursuant to the section.
There's a motion to allow anyone living in District 4 who is an elector and who's lived in the district for a year to apply for the interim position of commissioner. Is there any comment from the public? Seeing none. Any further comment from the commission? The clerk will call the roll, and we're going to do this step by step until we get to a process. So the first step is we will have applications that will be open to everyone. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a process. We will now be asking everyone in the district to apply. The next step would be the advertising. I actually came up with a suggestion. Maybe this works for you all. So let's say that we advertise, we are in draft and adopt. So let's say that we authorize the clerk to advertise this, today's the 17th, advertise this from the 4th of, excuse me, from April 18th through the 24th. That provides a full week for people to apply. And trust me, anyone who is interested in this position in District 4 is paying careful attention. They're either in the room or watching it on TV. And they're very much aware of this, and social media will cover it. A week is more than enough to fill out a 2-page application and submit a resume. And those are the 2 components that we're looking for. After the 24th, the interview period could be from the 25th through the 28th. This would give us enough time to make phone calls, to have meetings with those that we need to meet. In the past, it has been discretionary on the commission, individual commissioners to decide. Some decided to meet with all candidates. Some decided to meet with no candidates. Some decided to call them. Some decided to call some. I wouldn't change that. However, whatever process a commissioner wants to do, we shouldn't decide other people's process as to how they vet the applications. So the interview period would be from the 4th to the 28th under my suggestion. We would hold a special meeting on Tuesday, April 30th, where we would do the voting, and the new commissioner can be sworn in at our next meeting, which would be May 1st. So let me repeat that again so that we all have it. So it'd be advertised starting tomorrow through the 24th, okay? The interview period would be from the 24th to the 28th. Actually, you can even extend it into the 30th, really. I mean, when you think about it, because
I'd like to extend it.
we're gonna, yeah, because so it's really the 25th through the 30th, right? We have a special meeting on Tuesday, the 30th of April, for the purpose of voting and selecting an interim commissioner. And that commissioner will be sworn in at our first meeting in May. If that is suitable to you all, I would entertain a motion.
Can we have some discussion, or are we just going to take whatever you say?
Well,
goes?
let's have a motion first, and then we can have
Well,
discussion.
Let's have discussion and then formulate.
I'm
consensus on
asking
the
for a motion first, and we can then discuss the motion.
Are you going to pass the gavel since it's your
No,
motion?
no, I'm not going to pass the gavel, and it's not my motion. I'm asking for a motion. Does anyone want to move that so that we can have the discussion?
I move for that schedule.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second the schedule.
Okay. Now we can have discussion. Commissioner Schwartz, you're recognized.
Thank you. The notion that everyone here in the room is aware of it is speculation. The notion that we have the World Wide Web watching the meeting and everyone knows what's going on is also speculative. We need to subscribe some seriousness to this process. The last time we dealt with this was during a pandemic. Therefore, there were no public interviews. It was phone calls. It was commission to applicant discussion. And the time before that, there wasn't any public interviews at all. It was a motion, a second,
And a vote.
and a vote.
Yep.
And District 1 didn't have a say. I reiterate my stance on labor having enough time and to vet any candidate up for consideration. I still believe that a self-imposed May 1st deadline is woefully short. We have plenty of opportunity to establish the first thing. The motion that was made was packed full of stuff. It wasn't a one-by-one process like the mayor just asked for. It was dates and how the process was going to be. That's not an individual breakdown. That's not consensus building.
Okay.
Typically, commissioners have ideas. You put all the ideas out on the table and you figure out which one you think we can get our arms wrapped around that we can support unanimously, Mayor.
What's your idea?
Well, my idea would be to have the application process advertised through the end of qualifying in June.
Okay, thanks, but that's not the motion in front of us. Okay, so is there anything?
Is that how we're gonna do it, Mayor?
That's not the motion in front of us.
Mayor, so exactly, tell me something, sir.
Sir, you're out of order. I'm gonna.
Call me out of order.
I'm
You
gonna
can
tell
continue
you,
to call me out of order. You can hit the gavel
Enough.
as much as you want.
enough. You're out of order. Please stay to the motion.
Well,
Vice Mayor,
then
you're
give me the floor
recognized.
then.
Vice Mayor, you're
Give me
recognized.
back the floor.
So I
Okay,
I
I'll
hear
tell
my,
you, Mayor, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you.
Sir,
you
you're out of
don't-
order.
You don't want me here. That's what
Sir,
you don't want.
you're out of order. Please stay to the motion.
I'm,
Go
well,
right ahead.
So I hear
I'm
my
out of order
colleague.
with your viewpoint.
And
Go right
That
ahead.
is different from what. what's
There's a
in the Bible.
motion before us. You're being disruptive, please.
So I've heard my colleague, and I think he makes a good point in regards to a public process with this. So, I mean, we did the schedule up to 30th, and so I don't think that it would hurt us to have the ability on May 1st to actually have the candidates come before us and have a public interview with us. I mean, I like to have
We could do that. We could do that on
separate
the,
interview.
we could do that on the special meeting, you mean, on the 30th? That's what you meant?
May 1st.
I was
You said May
actually,
1st, but I think you were.
no, I was
talking about-
actually stating May 1st though, actually, so.
Is that a motion?
So do you want to, see, the way the motion was made was that the interview process was through the 30th. On the 30th, we'd have a special meeting for voting.
Mhm.
But we can have candidate presentations that night and then vote.
Mhm.
And that
I-
would give a public process.
I think I would like to have from the public, the reason why we have the public presentation is to allow us a little bit of input from the public,
Okay,
from their thoughts on the people who presented themselves in the public.
okay.
So,
So do you want to,
so I'm saying May 1st, and then we could have a special meeting sometime after that to make a selection of an appointment. But I need at least a little bit of time, because I think he's got a very good point, because I mean, I'd like to see somebody, how they operate in the public as well. I
Is
mean,
that
we can
an-
have a one-on-one,
is that an amendment?
that's an amendment.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay. Do we have consensus on the amendment?
Let's have a vote,
Can-
please. Move
Can
the
I have
question.
clarification as to what Mr. Good is saying? So you're saying we'll have the interviews on May 1st. At some point, we make the decision on May 1st as well?
So we don't
No,
know.
the decision won't be on May 1st.
Or-
I would need at least a couple of days to allow the public who
For-
reviewed it to make comment on, because I'm trying to get to a point of choosing somebody that the district wants.
Gotcha.
And so this kind of helps out a little bit where they see in public who it is, who's going to do the interim, and it gives them an opportunity to
Since
voice
we-
their opinions.
Since we already have a meeting set for May 1st.
Yes.
We
yeah.
have a conversation about it
Yeah.
here in the public.
And then a week
We-
later, if we want, we can have a special meeting for an appointment, because it gives.
Special meeting appointment with the goal of having someone sworn in on the 15th, when
Yes.
our next meeting is?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm getting the gist of this. I'm just trying to get my arms around the process. So The interview process will be from the 25th to the 30th. I had suggested a special meeting on the 30th and that we vote on the 1st. Now, we have other business on the 1st as well. That's a regular city commission meeting. And I don't know how many applicants we're gonna get. Even if you gave them 5 minutes each,
Oh,
this could
We
run
can,
into.
we can start the meeting an hour earlier.
Well, we could start the meeting an hour early.
Yeah, I just would like to have an opportunity on a regular scheduled commission meeting.
So do you want to do that?
People
You want
know,
to start the meeting an hour
because if they're not
earlier?
going to be here, they'll tune into their TV.
Okay, so the meeting on the meeting on the 1st would start at 5:30? And then we would vote, or you want to vote at
No, I
the,
would, I'm asking that we,
then have a special meeting?
at least a week later.
Okay, so let's try and pick
That's the
that
8th.
date.
Mayor, if I can make a
Hold on
suggestion,
1 second.
I believe.
Hold on 1 second. So,
Well, it couldn't be on the 8th. It could either be
It should
the
be the,
7th
it
or the
should be the
9th.
15th during a regularly scheduled meeting.
Well,
The public
yeah, I
is
think the
already-
regular scheduled meeting is actually better.
It's when the public expects us to be here, the first and
So do you
third
wanna do-
Wednesday of every month.
so what's the consensus? Do you want to have the meeting, do you want to have that, vote on the 8th and appoint them on the 15th?
I'd like to make it either the 7th or the 9th and.
The 7th or the 9th?
7th, please.
So the 7th,
I'm not available.
7th is,
I'm not available.
okay,
I'll be available on the 1st and on the 15th.
Are you available
okay, well,
online?
you could, Commissioner, you could call in.
Online?
No. No,
You could-
because I set my calendar and travel. Some of us do travel in May.
Yeah,
I set my schedule based upon when commission is regularly scheduled to meet, and so does the public, the first and third Wednesday.
and that's why I wanted to get it done on the 1st.
Well, are you available on the 14th then, the day before the 15th?
Vice Mayor, I believe that there's a suggestion
Mhm.
that we give somebody the authority of sitting here and making decisions on multi-million-dollar contracts, a 5-minute interview, which is just inappropriate. If you want to have a true process, you give each candidate and each commissioner the opportunity of a 10-minute time limit to ask questions. That would be the fair way of doing it.
And that's why I wanted to have a special meeting on the 30th.
But the public has the right to know about a regular meeting. When we
But
start
the-
moving meetings around, we have less participation.
Well, right now, we're moving them around
Well-
because you suggested it. He's following your suggestion. So
What-
my suggestion was to have the special meeting on the 30th. We can include candidate interviews on the 30th. The public can be invited, and then we can vote.
I'm asking for a little bit of a delay again.
Okay,
It's,
let's pick dates.
I hear what Commissioner Schwartz is saying too, but I think that if we have a special meeting after we have the public interview on a regular scheduled meeting, I think it's okay that we can have a conversation amongst us on who we are going to choose, because I need a little bit of a delay. I
Okay,
need to hear from the public,
okay.
and then I can go ahead and intelligently sit up here and say, this is who I think is going to be the best candidate. And then we can make a decision prior to the 15th and then make an appointment on the 15th.
Because if we've already heard from the public comment on the 1st, then all we're going to be doing is discussing between the 4 of us.
Yeah,
Right.
but there
I-
needs to be a little bit of
Of
time
time.
for antennas on and getting some feedback from the public that listened to the.
Can
to the
we
first-
decide and swearing on the same day, or that's not feasible?
Yeah, that can be done.
So
If I can
on the
respond, Mayor,
15th?
legally, it's doable.
It
So
would
long-
be a
if I may-
long meeting,
if I-
but like
if I may?
that's,
Well, it would be-
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, the
Yeah.
important legal factor, so long as the deciding person has filed a Form 6 to sit up here with, like you have.
oh my gosh.
So
They're a public official sitting in the seat, and the statute requires a Form 6.
sometimes the way to kill a thing is to love it too much. You
So
know?
I still think that either the 7th, have a special meeting on the 7th or the 14th prior to the 15th meeting. That would be my preference.
I'm good with that.
The 7th, Commissioner Schwartz is not available. Commissioner, if you can't call in, we're gonna have to do it without you.
So that is building unity, isn't it?
Sir, this
Listen,
job
it-
comes
it-
first.
Well, if it comes
So-
first, then we can change the charter to say shall appoint.
Well,
This,
sir,
listen,
we have,
it seems.
Commissioner,
it
I'm
seems-
asking you to make I'm asking you to
I'm
make an
asking-
accommodation to the
Okay,
city.
so I'm asking you, Mayor,
Yes,
to respect the public's right to have a meeting on the first and third Wednesday. Anything short of
that
that,
was my recommendation, sir. That was my
no,
recommendation.
you mentioned April.
Yes,
And you, yes,
I mentioned a
not the- that's-
special meeting in April.
that is not a
But
part of the
that's not
regular
part, and
agenda.
that's not part of the motion. Vice Mayor, can you propose some dates, please?
So I, again, would like for the public interview to be on our May 1st meeting,
Public interview?
and
On May-
then our um,
Yep.
discussion on who we are going to select anywhere before the 15th, which could be on the 7th or the 14th. And so I'm trying to leave that open for Commissioner Schwartz if he's able to
And that,
make
and,
on the
and,
14th.
and we will vote on someone either the 7th or the 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Schwartz, which do you prefer, the 7th or the 14th?
Restate again, I'm not available except for May 1st and May 15th.
May 15th. May 15th is a city commission meeting. Do you guys want to do it? You guys want to vote and appoint on the 15th?
I'm okay with doing that, so long as the attorney says it's a doable thing, then I can.
Okay, so now the motion is,
If I can make a suggestion
hold on one second.
on the form.
Hold on one second. The motion is now amended. So we now have an interview period. We might as well extend it. Well, it's to the 30th. So the interview, the application period can now go through the 30th.
No, I think your application, the whole goal here of having, okay,
Of having the application come in earlier is so that we were able to review before we do the interviews.
Okay. So let's go back again. So the advertising period will be from the 18th through
30th.
the 24th, correct? And then the interview period will be from the 25th through which date? The 1st?
30.
The 30th.
Mayor, I believe.
Hold on one second, sir. And then on what happens on the 1st?
The public
The
interview.
public interviews. So public interviews on 5/1, and then on 5/15, there'll be a vote and
Swearing in.
swearing in. However, in order for that to happen, they have to submit a Form 6, and we can say that Form 6 is due on the 1st. Is that fair?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you get that, city attorney? So
I did.
so the application stands or with the Form 6 will be from the April 18th through the 24th. However, your Form 6 will be due, but no later than the 1st of May at noon.
No, on the May or 15th.
No, the 1st of May, because
Well, I think,
shouldn't the
personally,
public have a chance to see the Form 6?
well, I think that the city attorney made it very clear that, going through the process of an appointment doesn't require a Form 6. It just requires a Form 6 when they're sitting on the dais.
Right.
And so we can notify those who are participating to have their Form 6 prepared for May 1st, or excuse me, May 16th,
Have it legally available, Mr. Vice Mayor.
and legally available
Yes.
on May 15th. I'm sorry, May 15th.
So
So they can, on the day, so if they're not selected
Right.
and they haven't already filled out a Form 6, and they
Right.
don't have to submit the Form 6, but
Right.
if they do, they
Right.
need to be prepared to submit the Form 6 right then and there.
by when will the Form 6 be due?
15th.
By the
So that
15th.
so basically saying that we can have it on the dais, but not necessarily push to consider that as part of the
Yeah,
application.
it doesn't need to be submitted unless you're
Okay.
sitting on the dais.
Let me repeat the motion again so that we're crystal clear. So the advertising period will be from April 18th through the 24th. The interview period will be that's when commissioners get to call potential applicants, will be from the 25th to the 30th. At the meeting on May 1st, we will begin an hour early. And candidates will be given an opportunity to speak, and commissioners can ask some questions. Frankly, the questions should be answered during the interview period, but if a question arises, they can ask it. And Vice Mayor, you with me? And the Form 6, for anyone who applies during the advertising period, are due by the 15th of May. On the 15th of May, we will vote for someone, and if they have submitted a Form 6, we can swear them in. Fair enough?
All right.
That's your motion?
If they have their Form 6 readily available on the 15th, correct?
Okay.
If I may.
Hold on. Is that consistent? You second that?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Schwartz.
I would ask for consideration of the public process.
Mhm.
This isn't a PowerPoint presentation of how well a candidate would serve the city. I voted against the interim 4 years ago because we did not have a public interview process. I can't support something that I voted against 4 years ago. It's important that the public sees our due diligence by asking candidates the questions on live TV with the back and forth. They did it in Tamarack, worked out phenomenal. Okay, her name is Mayor Gomez, worked out great. Public process, they even had 2 rounds where they said, well, you know what? Thank you so much for coming, but we're gonna go with this list of folks. And they cut it down. There appears to be a sense of getting this wrapped up by May 15th. That's the process, that's the process. But let's not shortchange the public by having telephone interviews in advance. It should all be done in the sunshine. All
Commissioner,
of
that motion's already been made and passed.
I haven't made that motion, sir.
No, the motion you're referring to about the how people do it, the interviews, that was all agreed to on consensus.
No, it wasn't agreed on consensus, because I objected to it.
Okay.
Now it's no longer consensus.
Can we actually though restrict that? Like if I wanted to call person X, would I be barred from doing that?
Well, Commissioner, I would say this. That there was going to be an application. We don't even know what the application even looks like yet, other than the name and the elector, right? I don't know if it's if we're going to utilize what we have for all boards and committees. I don't know if that's what we're going to do. I don't know if.
That's next on the discussion.
Okay, well, the commissioner's asking, like, what questions can we ask?
We're gonna get to that
No,
next.
I was saying, can we actually bar someone like myself? I
No,
decided to call Pepito and ask them about their application.
Great question. Our charter gives you independent authority. You don't even have to do a Monday memo. That is your choice to follow, okay?
So we could
And
call them.
how you run your district is your choice. Okay, so absolutely. If there are applicants, and I hope there's many, okay, there may be some that I may want to reach out to in advance and thank them for applying. Okay, but I'm not gonna forecast when I'm gonna ask them on live TV. I'm not gonna do that. I can tell you I'm not doing that. Now, what everyone else chooses to do, that's on them. But I will ask the applicant, did any other elected official on this dais contact you prior to this evening? That will be one of my consistent questions across the board. And then I would say, well, who would that be? They ask you that question and they're gonna let us know who that is. So I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from. I want to have pure transparency, everything open in the sunshine. Okay, because I want to be able to have an honest conversation, because what will happen on May 1st, after we're given 10 minutes apiece for each candidate, not 10 minutes total, and not just one question, or when the chair believes that we're done hearing from somebody, it's 10 minutes a lot of time. If that means that we have to start at 5 PM, so be it. 4 PM, so be it. I didn't tell you what time I'm available on the 1st. I'm telling you that on the 1st, I am available. So if that process, depending on the number of applicants, says, you know what, if there's 40 minutes, if it's 10 apiece, and there's 4 of them, well, we can start doing some math. That's a really long night. So that means that we have to start earlier. And that's when the mayor and the city manager will work with staff to say, you know what, maybe 6:30 is not good. Maybe we need to have it at 4 o'clock to start. But either way, the public needs to know. There are a lot of people here tonight that want to know what people are going to ask from us, let alone what's going to be coming out of the potential interim. I can tell you this. I was extremely proud of what happened 4 years ago going through a pandemic. We were united as a commission, all 5 of us, 4 plus the interim. It wasn't an interim title, it was a commissioner. And we did some really good things. Okay, so I am confident that if the process is followed, pure transparency, no politics involved, no politics.
Okay,
So if we can, it sounds like I need somebody to agree to amend the timeframe and the questioning and how we're going to do that. Because right now, what I've heard the mayor say is we can ask a couple questions and it'll be 5 minutes. And that stuff has to happen before the 1st. So
if you want to start at 4 o'clock, we can start the special meeting at 4 o'clock.
We would have to make this decision based on however
On the
many
number of
people.
candidates.
And I'll, if you allow me, I'll make that decision together with the mayor, with the manager.
okay, but so do we have a consensus based on what I'm asking, that everything is public and that the questions are asked, that we all have 10 minutes apiece per applicant? Are there any objections to that?
10 minutes apiece per applicant. So let's say that there are 14 applicants. We will be here all night. And the purpose of the interview process of the interview period was for you to get from them an opportunity and for them to come forward and make their presentation to the public so that they can, it's not a deposition. It's a presentation. If you have some brief questions to ask, you can ask them. But it's not one of these back and forth kinds of things. It's just not workable. So what we have now is a motion on dates. All of that is set. Is there any further discussion on the dates? Any from the public? The clerk will call the roll.
On dates only. Dates only.
The dates for the process, yes. Mr. City Attorney, are we clear on the dates?
We have members of the public. who want to-
Hold on. I'm going to give the city attorney a second.
If we could just have the. clerk
If you
read the
need,
motion
and if
back.
you need, I can review the dates. You have it?
Just restate the motion, please.
Yes.
Mayor, if you
So
will.
the advertising period will be from the 18th to the 24th,
The interviews on 4:25 to 4:30.
4:30
The public interview on the 1st,
on the 1st,
public vote on the 15th,
right.
and then
Form
swearing in.
6 is due on the 15th.
Yes.
And if the person we select has a Form 6 submitted
Mayor,
on
let
the
me,
15th, we can
that's the
swear
point I
them in.
wanted to clarify, if you will, for the record.
Yeah,
Embedded within section 112.3145 is a section that was added this past session that provides for the filing of the Form 6 for an appointment or for a election as well. Appointment, interesting, but appointment, not election. It allows the appointment to be made and allows the filing of the Form 6 within 30 days in the amendments of the statute.
so that works.
It does work.
So we don't even have to worry about the Form 6 anymore.
That is now covered by the statute and gives the applicant, who is a quote appointee, that's a legally important term, 30 days.
Which is our next item, the application.
Correct.
I'd like to amend the interview process to not occur during the dates that you had mentioned, Mayor, but that they be done publicly on May 1st.
Is there a second to that? That dies for lack of a second. Okay.
I'm
We
sorry,
have-
Vice Mayor Good.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think you heard Mayor just asked if, I made an amendment to have public interviews on May 1st.
The public interviews
Is-
on May 1st.
On
Yeah.
May 1st.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Did I miss something? That's
Yeah,
what-
it's how it's being stated.
How, what's being stated?
Public interviews are already on May 1st.
Yes.
Not public, not candidate presentations, but public interviews. There's a
However,
difference.
Yeah.
their presentations are
They'll
gonna
have
be made.
10, 15 minutes and either they can make a statement and then we can ask them questions.
Right. So long
That's what I've
so long
been,
as we don't,
I'm assuming that
so
all
long as it
along.
doesn't get, so long as it doesn't go all night, I am more than happy to make sure that we move smoothly through that and into our agenda, Commissioner. Okay, Mr. McCluskey, Commissioner McCluskey, will you please push the button? There's a button that says talk. You need to push it till the light goes red. There you go.
2241 Northwest 82nd Way, Pembroke Pines.
You're recognized.
I'm confused by the word that you used, Mr. Mayor, which was, it can be advertised tomorrow.
Yes,
That's not true unless
why not?
Sam gives us a definition,
Of tomorrow?
strange to me, of advertisement.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to the commission?
Please.
Thank you. The answer is that this evening, if the mayor and commission, who's now developed a process, which would be in the resolution we described earlier in the evening and provided for by the charter, if as a draft and adopt resolution, we would read the title into the record, this document will be prepared by tomorrow, and the advertisement can be done on the city's website or otherwise, or as otherwise directed by the commission. But legally, the website is the point of access. Otherwise, it can be noted and directed to secondary sources if that be the wish of the mayor and commission.
It is.
And that's tomorrow, right?
The answer is that, Mayor, I'm answering your, with due respect, Commissioner, I'm answering your question, which is his question. If you move on a resolution to draft and adopt this evening, you can advertise tomorrow, and
That
we
is
will
the-
have it done. You will
That
sign
was,
this
that was,
document tomorrow.
that was the spirit of
Yes,
the
Mayor,
motion.
that's correct.
Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
You do have the ability to do this tonight, period.
Yeah.
But you know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, the clerk will call the roll on the dates
Read the
amendment.
motion, read the motion, please.
The motion is that
Read-
the advertising.
The clerk, please.
I will read the motion. The motion is that the advertising period will be from April 18th through the 24th. The interview period will be from the 25th through the 30th. There will be public interviews of candidates on the 5th. We will vote and swear in.
First, Mayor.
On the
I'm sorry.
1st, correct. We will vote and swear in the
15th.
on the 15th.
Public vote.
And that individual then has 30 days from the 15th, I'm assuming,
Yes,
to submit their Form 6.
under section 112, 131, 45 as amended.
That motion has been made and it's been seconded. Clerk will call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
No.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes, and by your vote, we have that process. Last item is the application. So the application typically is a form plus a resume. We will need both. It will be an incomplete application if you only submit a resume without the application, or an application, even worse, without the resume. What else should go into the application? We typically have an application for boards. We could use that one adjusted. The city manager and the city attorney could adjust it for this purpose. What's your pleasure on the form?
If I may, on the timing of it, Mayor, you weren't with us, but we had applicants who missed the deadline. What was not established in this last motion was the time of when the application can be submitted. If it's tomorrow, there needs to be a time about tomorrow, if it's 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. And there also has to be a time of when it concludes on whatever time that was. That was also absent of the motion, and therefore I voted no.
Okay, so we said the 24th. was the deadline, so that would be midnight. Midnight on the 24th, and applicants can begin applying as soon as it's advertised, which hopefully will be very quickly tomorrow.
So the submission would be via email,
Yes,
and that would be to the clerk, and it will be essentially timestamped. So when you say midnight the 24th, you're saying 11:59 on the 24th,
that's correct.
because not the morning of the 24th at midnight.
Yes, sir, thank you. Anything else?
I just want to make sure, because again, we had applicants that we had to disqualify 4 years ago because of a missed deadline.
Yeah, that won't happen again. I doubt that will happen again. But people will know they have until midnight on the 24th to apply.
Does that need to be bound
All
by
right, so the question was on the application. Is there anything in particular, or should we simply delegate the application to the appropriateness of the city attorney and the city manager? I feel comfortable delegating it to them.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think at least one thing is that we should at least ask, what kind of, exposure or experience they've had with government, whether it be
Budgeting.
government administration
Right.
or government election. I don't, they could have been an aide.
I
They
think
could have
that's
been,
fair.
something that gives a flavor of what they have done.
Yeah.
That would prepare them for this role.
Any opposition to asking what their governmental experience has been? Okay, so we can include that, Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, if I can quickly offer.
Yes.
I don't choose to digress or to divert, but this is an HR function. The boards and committees' applications are quite comprehensive, and they
Yeah.
provide for the kinds of things you're referring to. I would not want to engage in an HR function absent
I would
your
too.
guidance to do so. But at the end of the day, the boards and committees' applications are sizable, and they also provide for the attachment of resumes.
Well,
and
but
such.
you gotta remember that they also ask, please pick which board you'd like to
Absolutely.
serve on, and certain things that would
I
would
was
cheapen
certainly
the dignity of the moment. So, and I'm sensing a consensus to add a question
Sure.
that says,
Experience.
please describe any prior government experience that you've had, or highlight any prior government experience that you've had. Are there any other suggestions for the application? Commissioner Schwartz?
Yeah, forgive me, the application part is fine. I just want to make sure, forgive me, Mayor,
You want to collect your thoughts for a second?
yeah,
Okay.
it was just something that the city attorney said. So, yeah, I talked about the deadline,
Yeah.
and we talked about the application. We don't want to, we don't want to complicate that. Get back to me. I
Okay,
apologize.
Mr. Mayor.
I'll get back to you.
Just-
Any other
Mr. Mayor?
comment? Yes,
Just to clarify also, as a reiteration of the conversation again some time ago this evening,
Oh,
any applicant must comply with the city's charter, which is residents in the district,
that's
as
correct.
well as meeting the qualifications of registered elector.
I think it's fair to put that on there,
That needs to be in the
and
application.
that they have to be an elector.
Yes, registered
So they
elector,
have to be a registered voter in good standing,
Correct.
and they have to be
resident
a resident of the city for
Of the
more than a
district.
year before they
Of-
apply,
of the district.
of the district, correct? Okay.
I know what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. So, at the last meeting, you had recommended a couple different ways of selection. I think the applicants potential candidates have a right to know what the selection process will be, whether it be just a straight up and down nomination, majority vote, or if it's going to be a ranking system.
So we're gonna get to that. But I think the point is well taken, that we should give them the timeline on the application and let them know what the timeline is. Okay? Anything else on the application? Okay. Without objection? Okay, so ordered. In terms of the voting itself, here's what most cities have done that have had to deal with this. So a bunch of applications come in, and it can be as much as a 4-step process or a 2-step process, depending on how commissioners vote. So traditionally, here's what happens. You take in all of your applications, right? And then each of us ranks on paper, and we send it down to be put on a spreadsheet, your top 4. Okay? Starts with your top four. If anyone ends up being number one, and there are three of us that say that this is the number one, the process stops and that person wins. If no one gets the top, at least three, then you go pick three. Now we say, of the four, pick your top three. One will fall out. Then what happens is, if during the pick three, any one of the candidates gets 3 votes, they're already picked. If not, you go to pick two. Pick two means you pick your top two. One will drop out from the 3. Then, if any of the candidates in pick two gets 3, they're appointed. And if not, you go to pick 1.
Is there any possibility of ties when you're trying to do this cut?
If there's a possibility of a tie, you have to go back to the other step. And there could be revotes.
Now, meaning that you get the 4 and then.
I
the
understood
top
what you
three-
meant.
Yeah, the top 3 have the
If,
same
if,
score.
if it ends up being a tie, then you have to go back and you have to revote. But you go from pick 4 to pick 3 to pick 2 to pick 1, understanding that if in any one of those votes, any candidate gets 3, the process ends and that becomes the nominee. That's been the fairest way to do this. And it complies with sunshine because it's all a public record. The forms that you get go into the clerk loads them onto a spreadsheet, and it becomes a public record. Does anyone have an objection to that? Can I have a motion for that process?
Mr. Mayor, if you will, just make sure the clerk's notes reflected the actual essence of that ranking. Please repeat that for the record.
Okay, so it's basically pick 4, pick 3, pick 2, pick 1, except that in any one of those processes, if any candidate gets 3 votes, they're it. If there's a tie, you have to do it again. You got to break the tie.
And Mayor, for the record, this selection process would be done as per the schedule on the public record.
That's correct.
And let's repeat that for the record.
And the clerk will be ready with spreadsheets so that she can capture, and we will submit our forms in, and she should prepare ballot forms for us. Pick 1, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, with all of the names of everyone that applied on them so that we can proceed from there. It might help if you activated the printer in the back so that when you get to because pick 4 is easy. Yeah, I mean, that's everybody that applies. When you get to pick 3, you may want to print those ballots in the back. You follow, Maureen? Yes. Okay, so I see Commissioner Rodriguez has made a motion. Is there a second? I see a second. Is there any discussion on pick 1, pick 2, pick 4, pick 3, pick 2, pick 1?
Just a clarification, Mayor.
Yes.
There's a potential that any one of us may have a pick that didn't make the cut.
Right.
And that decision was based upon an interview process.
Right.
So will there be a limited additional round of questions for those who've made the cut as it gets whittled down?
No, the voting happens well after the interviews.
Well, I'm saying, but it's sort of like a new season. If we cut down to 4, and then we get to the first round, someone may drop out.
Someone will drop out.
Well, I'm just saying someone that any one of us, basically, someone's going to get a consolidation prize.
No,
And-
they're no consolidation.
No,
prize.
no, what I'm saying is that you may be voting on somebody that is no longer, that you feel is viable. So will there be any opportunity for questions of clarification No new, nothing new, just clarification.
There's nothing that's particularly elusive about this. So we're gonna have 14, let's say 14 candidates. The first process will be, you will list your top four. Each of us will list the top four. The top four picked from the four of us will make it to the top four. If there's a tie, we have to come back and figure out the top four. And then it's pick three. And then it's pick two, and then it's pick one, except that if at any point in the process, any candidate gets 3 votes, the process stops because we have our interim commissioner. There's nothing about it that's complicated. It's been done many, many times in many, many cities. I took the time to research it. The item's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion from the public? Yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
Scott Barnett, 19346 Southwest 5th Street.
Yes, sir.
In lieu of the fact that we're heading towards musical chairs to select this interim commissioner,
It is very much like that.
I would like to express my extreme frustration with this process as a member, resident of District 4. May I address Commissioner Schwartz directly, or is that?
You can address his comments, but
Okay,
your
well,
comments come to
I
me.
would like to, I'm very frustrated because it seems that Commissioner Schwartz appears to keep delaying this process at every
Okay,
turn.
all right, but
So what I'm saying is, I'm frustrated that the Commissioner Schwartz basically said that, not having a meeting on a regular set meeting goes against what happened last year when we had a special meeting in December. So I'm just frustrated. We need to get this done.
yes.
We, the people of District 4, need to get this done without further delay. Let's get this going.
I want to tell you that this commission needed a process. We are voting on a process. We are at the cusp of completing the process,
Right,
and I'm eager to call the vote.
absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so very, very much, and thank you all for your patience. Any further comments? The clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo.
Yes,
Motion.
and that completes the process.
Not
We
yet,
now-
Mayor.
Yes?
We have to do our draft and adopt.
Okay, draft and adopt.
May I help you?
Will you jump in on that?
Yeah, you just provided the meat to the bones. Allow me, if you will. The next resolution number for the public record is 3860. I do not have a proposed resolution number. The clerk can assign one tomorrow, but the resolution, if adopted, would read as follows by title only, the substance of which would be what you just did by motions in 3 segments this evening. There were 3 separate sets of motions, ranging from the selection process to the application and conclusion process, and actually the process, which is opening it to all district applicants, anyone who would otherwise choose to apply. The resolution in draft form would read as follows. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, adopted pursuant to Section 3.11D of the City Charter, providing for the appointment to fill the City Commission vacancy in District 4, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Need a motion to approve, Mayor.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by the Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? Any from the public? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo.
Yes,
Motion passed.
and
For the
by
record-
your action, we have a resolution.
For the record,
and a
Mayor and
process.
Commission,
Mr.
permit
Mayor?
number
Yes, sir.
3860, which is your draft and adopt, which will be done by tomorrow.
Thank you very, very much.
Just only thing I know that we're advertising and all this stuff, where are we finding all this information, by the way? Is it gonna be on our main page, or is it gonna be buried in about 3 buttons or lower?
Will be on, Vice Mayor, it will be on the legal ads page, and we will be speaking to our Pines Media
For, let's go
On
from
which
the-
page? Because Mr. Mayor, I think that this should be like.
A
right when you
banner on the
go.
website?
Yeah, as soon as you open up, I think it needs to be like bling, 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 here we are.
Absolutely, and we should put it on TV, we should put it on social media, we should hire banner planes, whatever we have to do. I don't know about hiring banner planes. That didn't work last time I saw one, but, let's get the word out there and,
Mayor,
Let's move on.
can we direct the city manager to have our media department do an official press release so it's picked up by all?
that's also a good
By all
idea.
major TV stations, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. That's also a good idea, Mr. Manager, if you could do press release and let's get the word out there. Okay, now, we also had a request to take number 18 out of order. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. Number 18 for the record reads closely as follows. 18, it's a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2024-05 on first reading, which is an ordinance number 2024-05 of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending ordinance number 2017, that's 2017, adopted on February 7, 2024, regarding the special election to be held on November 5, 2024, to fill a vacancy in the District 4 Commission seat, amending the qualifying period to add an additional period for qualifying, confirming the qualified status of previously qualified candidates, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and finally providing for an effective date. 18 on the floor for consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
The Vice Mayor moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion from the public? Seeing none, yes. Name and address for the record, please.
Scott Barnett, 19346 Southwest Fifth Street. So here we are again, and I know you don't want to see me, but I'm up here again because this is very important to us. This commission, and I'm not going to say anybody in particular, but this commission is suffering from a disease right now. This commission was poisoned from the previous commission. There was an effort to manipulate the process that the charter actually dictates, and that process was changed. The normal and as a matter of fact, the previous item wouldn't have had so much discussion if the normal organic process had its way, because we could have had a special meeting in December to decide how this process could take place if indeed the District 4 seat was vacated. We could have used that time and we could have sped up the process. So this is very important that we follow an organic process. One of the previous commissioners mentioned that March 1st to the 15th was a qualifying period necessary for the candidates to meet the constituents, which for me, I don't even really know who's running. That hasn't been evident to me, and that process was closed on the 15th. So yes, if we're doing an election in November, let's follow the process and have a qualifying period that follows the precedent that was set before. In discussion of this item, I know that we're discussing November, and I know we're discussing qualifying period for November. But I do want to leave it out there that we in District 4 are also interested in pursuing an August election and asking for an August election. And it is this body that gives us that representation to be able to do that process.
Thank you.
So
You
let's
should
do the
know-
right thing.
And you should know that at the last meeting, we unanimously filed a lawsuit against the supervisor of election along those very, very lines. So we should be hearing from the court shortly, and we'll see where that has to go. So thank you. Any further discussion from the public? Seeing none. Any from the dais? Yes.
I just like to make notation to the write-up to this item on page 2 of the write-up, number 7, make reference to the city commission believes and in the best interest of the city to amend the qualifying period when in fact on the April 3rd commission meeting, we voted unanimously to amend the qualifying period. So I think it should be reflected in that way.
You want to include the word unanimous?
I want to include, to strike believes in the best interest and state that on April 3rd, 2024, the commission voted unanimously to amend the qualifying period.
Any objection on the dais? Seeing none, so ordered. And, Ms. City Attorney, could you attend to that for the second reading?
The answer is yes, so
Thank you
long
so
as the
very
motion, as long as the motion captures that item within the context of the motion, we will do that.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anything else?
Just
Yes,
a point, oh,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
just a point of clarification, we're not deciding on the dates right now.
The dates are set forth by state statute.
Oh, okay.
It's done. Well, the state, the statute, the
Take it
qualifying,
When is it in?
June the 10th to the
June the
14th.
10th.
It's the second round of qualifying under the state law in
Right.
Broward County.
Thank you.
But no one that's currently qualified has to requalify. It
That's in the-
simply
that's in the
allows
ordinance.
any other candidate that wants to run for District 4 to file. Anything else?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
The qualifying period requires 2 readings.
Yes.
The ordinance requires 2 readings.
Ordinance, rather.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The ordinance requires 2 readings.
Mhm.
So there is now an established process where an application has to be finalized for consideration on April the 30th. Or 24th, is it? 24th of April.
These are two different,
It's
totally different items.
It's actually tied together.
How?
Because at the end of the interim process,
Mhm.
we haven't gotten a second reading yet. So the vice mayor is already going to know who's qualified and who hasn't,
What,
as far as the interim appointment.
that motion failed, Commissioner. It's not relevant.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else?
The second thing, you can watch it back. You understand what I'm talking about. The second thing is, if we're going to amend this, we also have to allow those who've already qualified the ability to withdraw.
They already have that ability.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Any qualified candidate has the legal right to withdraw their candidacy as long as they follow the statutory requirements to do so.
However, why don't you tell the mayor what they can't get back?
They can't get back, if someone's already paid and qualified under the statute and under local laws, the end result is they cannot get back the state contribution.
I had the same thing at a movie theater once. I walked out of it because I didn't like it, and the guy wouldn't give me my money back. Can you imagine that?
So, City Attorney, is there anything that precludes this commission to, if a duly qualified District 4 candidate chooses to withdraw, the funds paid outside of the city, is there a mechanism that we could reimburse them? Because we are changing the goalposts from 30 days ago.
So may I respond there?
No, sir, that's not part of the motion. And
It's a
if you-
question.
If you
It's
wish,
not a motion.
if you wish to bring, that's not a question that is related to the motion. And the public's time is being consumed by questions that are not relevant. If you wish to the motion, if you wish to ask that question, you can do it offline, or you can bring an item to deal with that, but it's not relevant to the motion. Is there anything further on the item? Okay, clerk will call the roll, please. First reading.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo.
Yes.
Motion.
And for the record, Mayor and Commission, the item will be heard on second and final reading in these chambers on May the 1st with a
Okay.
public hearing.
Okay, let's go back to consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
14.
14.
And 14, yeah. City Attorney, where's the quasi judicial item? Which one is that?
There's the reference in the agenda to quasi-judicial is only because it's part of the format.
But we'll get to that later on.
We will, and
Okay.
that item comes up a little later on
So
there.
it's 1 through 14. What is your pleasure? Vice Mayor? Any polls?
14.
Commissioner, any polls? Commissioner Rodriguez?
No polls from me.
Commissioner Schwartz, any polls?
14.
14, hold on one second. Okay, I'll take a motion on items 1 through 13 on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor is seconded. Any discussion? Any from the public? Seeing none? All those in favor? All those in favor?
Oh, aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Schwartz, item 14.
14, I apologize. I thought the clerk was going to call the roll. Are we going to do, yeas and nays going forward? I was, it just threw me
You
off.
want to ask the attorney?
I'm asking you as the chair.
I'm gonna go for ayes and nays as often as I can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, it just threw me off. Okay. 14, motion to approve the April 3rd, 2024 organizational and regular commission meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Schwartz, you're recognized.
I provided the clerk some spelling corrections. I did not receive or it wasn't distributed. I don't see anything on the dais with those corrected minutes. If I'm mistaken, Madam Clerk, please tell me. Here it is. Okay. Just give me 1 second. 4:14. Okay, we are good. Okay, yeah, corrections are made. Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
All those in favor of item 14, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Show passes unanimously. Second reading ordinances. City Attorney, will you read?
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. This is item number 15 for the record. It's a motion to adopt proposed ordinance number 2024-03 on second and final reading. It reads as follows into the public record. Proposed ordinance number 2024-03 is an ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, creating the Edison Pembroke Mixed-Use Development, that's MXD District, design guidelines for the approximate 25-acre parcel of land generally located north of Pembroke Road between I-75 and Southwest 145th Avenue, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and incorporated herein. Providing for codification, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
There's a motion from the Vice Mayor. Is there a second? I'll second the motion.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
This is an item which is determined to be quasi-judicial. You asked the question earlier about where that occurs on the agenda. This is where it begins. This is the quasi-judicial provisions of the code being applied to this particular item number 15. A couple of items for the rules of the road. This procedure is governed by what's referred to as the Land Development Code, the LDCs or LDRs, which are founded specifically in Chapter 155 of the City's Code of Ordinances. The quasi-judicial proceedings are defined in Section 155.304, the purpose of which is to provide an equitable and efficient manner for the city to hear matters which are considered quasi-judicial in nature. These procedures shall be utilized by the Board of Adjustment, Planning and Zoning Board, and the City Commission in regards to hearings on quasi-judicial matters in which their body is the final authority, which would be this evening. Tonight's item is an ordinance. It is related to a site-specific item in connection with the Edison project, which you've seen before. There are several impacted definitions. I would also call the Mayor and Commission to the attention of the definition section of the city's LDCs, LDRs in Section 155.203. This provision, I think, is worth noting for the record. This is a procedure where there will be sworn testimony and evidence, and the process set forth in the code says essentially the following. All persons who are testifying before the board or the city commission must be sworn in. The petitioner, members of a board, or the city commission, and any affected person, keywords or affected person, who has provided notice that intends to appear at the proceeding shall be given the opportunity to present evidence, bring forth witnesses, and cross-examine any witnesses. Next, in the definitions of Section 155.304, all evidence relied upon by reasonably prudent persons in the conduct of their business shall be admissible, whether or not such evidence would be admissible in a court of law. However, immaterial or unduly repetitious evidence shall be excluded. Next up is hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but it shall not be sufficient by itself to support a finding. Next up is documentary evidence may be presented in the form of a copy or the copies of, if available. Upon request, parties shall be given an opportunity to compare the copy with the original. A party shall be entitled to conduct cross-examination when testimony is provided or documents are made a part of the record. Now, the proceedings are typically handled in the following fashion, as you know from the standpoint of prior experience. The professional staff of the city will make a presentation to the mayor and commission. They will offer up any testimony that they provide under oath to the mayor and commission. They'll also provide any documents or record information that was considered by the Planning and Zoning Board, as well as by the professional staff, and anything that was prepared for in anticipation of this particular hearing this evening. Thereafter, the applicant or the petitioner in this instance, either through counsel or otherwise, will be sworn, and they will have an opportunity to present their presentation on the proposal for the MXD zoning change for the Edison Pembroke mixed-use development design guidelines. Any affected party would then have an opportunity to be heard and to potentially examine witnesses as the case may be. A couple of particulars, though. What's an affected person? Because I think that's important for you all to know. Who is an affected party? Under section 155.203, an affected person or persons, natural or corporate, who is a member of the city commission or who is the owner of the subject property or who owns property within 500 feet of the subject property as listed in the records of the county property appraiser. So we know that in the context of quasi-judicial proceedings that within that 500-foot sphere, the applicant is required by the code must notify those parties that would live within that sphere to the extent of their potentially being available to testify or to present evidence on the application. The next concept, if you will, under the terms of the definitions, relates to the following, and allow me to read the issue into the record as well. Party or parties, the petitioner, the city, and an affected person who has requested to be heard at the proceeding. So when you look at the definitions of 155.203, affected persons and parties are those people who are making the presentation, that being the staff, that being the professional staff or any consultants that they've engaged, the petitioner or the applicant and their folks, again, all of whom need to specifically be affected persons who have been notified under the code and are affected under the terms and conditions of the proceedings. This is, again, a quasi-judicial proceeding, and it's defined as a quasi-judicial in nature, where there's an application of a general rule or policy to specific individuals' interests or activities. And this is a site-specific request by the petitioner for review of this particular matter. And the public hearing, which is deemed to be also quasi-judicial, allows members of the public who are not parties and are not affected persons to also provide their testimony on the record. And you can listen to them and hear them out, but they're not, in the terms of the proceedings, affected parties legally under the code. And under the code sections, a public hearing in which public officers or bodies are required to exercise discretion of a judicial nature as a basis for official action, including weighing evidence and drawing conclusions from facts. That's what you will do. Although you're not wearing a black robe, you're wearing a black robe because you're acting in a quasi-judicial capacity to making this decision. At the end of the petitioner's, at the end of the staff's presentation, and then at the end of the petitioner's presentation, the public will have a right to be heard, and the mayor can regulate the amount of minutes or time that would be provided for them. But once those issues are done, that is, once the staff is finished, once the petitioner has finished, and the public has been given its right to be heard, the mayor will close the public hearing. It is at that point in time where you, as the commission, have to weigh the evidence based upon the facts presented and make a decision for this particular ordinance as it relates to the applicant's request for consideration. And that would relate to either adopting the ordinance or otherwise, to the extent that you have the ability and the obligation to do so this evening. For the record, any records or documents that were considered by the Planning and Zoning Board, and we'll note them for the record as you proceed here, are deemed to be part of this evening's record. And they will be part of the record that was given to the P&Z Board. They're also going to be made part of the record this evening, and they're available to mayor and the commission and have been made available as required by the land development regulations. That would be the rules of the road. To the extent that the staff is prepared to present, I'm assuming that they are. Mr. Stam?
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Hold on. Good. Please finish.
To the extent that you're prepared to proceed, those are the rules of the road for the proceedings, Mayor.
Okay, will anyone who is planning to testify in this item, please stand and be sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Clerk will swear them in.
Madam
Do you-
Clerk, thank you.
Do you swear?
Raise your right hand, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated.
Thank you. Disclosures first. I had occasion to speak to Mr. Mealy. I had certain questions about the application, and I'm thankful that I got the answers. That was very, very straightforward. Has anyone else spoken with the applicant?
I
Commissioner-
spoke to
Commissioner Green.
Mr. Mealy, simply clarifying small question on the
Okay.
application.
Any other disclosures?
As a part of my due diligence on the agenda, I spoke with the applicant.
Okay. Anyone else?
And we're speaking from first reading to second reading? Correct? This is
Yeah,
second reading?
It's quasi judicial. It's standard disclosure. You didn't? Okay. Okay,
Mayor.
that's fine.
Mayor, if you will, I just want to clarify for the record, for those who are members of the public, what you're describing are what's called ex parte communications. There's nothing unlawful or irreverent about ex parte communications. In fact, the code specifically provides for it, and the case law also provides for it. You're free to have those conversations. You've made your disclosures, they're on the record, and legally that's not inappropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Stam, you're recognized. Name and title for the record, please.
Mike Stam, Assistant City Manager and Director of the Planning and Economic Development Department. Mayor, Commissioners, City Administration. Tonight before you is proposed ordinance 2024-03. It is for second and final reading of a rezoning for the modification of the MXD, Mixed Use Development Guidelines, for the property known as the Edison. These guidelines were approved previously by the City Commission, and they're here today for amendments to the text of those guidelines. First, it's noted, as noted in our staff report, which is now part of the record. The proposed MXD amendment is consistent with the underlying office, park, and residential land use designations. In our staff report, we've outlined on a page-by-page basis the changes being made to the MXD guidelines. It's important to note that these are development guidelines. Unlike straight zoning, i.e. B3, B2, MXD guidelines allow the developer to identify specific uses and standards that will be evaluated when reviewing a site plan for the project. These particular guidelines introduce some uses in the medical area, including a freestanding emergency room, as noted in the staff report. It's important to note that the guidelines are similar to other guidelines that the city has for mixed-use projects. MXD guidelines are used in a way to encourage mixtures of uses on properties, including residential, commercial, office, and they serve so that we can move forward in a different manner in terms of development, where the developer can create some standards that are more conducive to the development, obviously with the blessing of the commission through the adoption of a rezoning. I'd like to point to the staff report, as I mentioned previously, where we go page by page, the changes to the MXD that was previously adopted by the commission. And just for clarification, confirm with Sam, that is now into the record, although it was already put into the record previously. This item was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board, made a positive recommendation, and it was passed by the commission on first reading previously. Tonight, you also have the applicant, Mr. Mealy, who will present on behalf of the Edison development. Further for the record, I want it to be noted that the commission has already approved residential use here. There's a site plan pending for a residential mixed project, the Edison Apartments. We've already developed an Edison office building, which is there and operational within these mixed use areas. And it's noted on the plans inside the guidelines. And the future proposed uses, including long-term planning documents, are also included in the MXD guidelines. When the commission adopted this zoning, we first used it here at City Center for a mixture of uses. You look outside our windows here. We've got residential, we've got office, we've got retail. We also apply the mixed use guidelines at other properties within the city. One of the standards is that it has to be 25 acres or more in this project to meet that standard. That's all I have for my presentation, Mr. Mayor. I'll turn it over to the applicant who can make his presentation.
Before the applicant comes forward, are there any questions for staff? Hearing none, the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just quickly offer, Mr. Stam, you're offering up any documents or materials from the Planning and Zoning Board and staff reports and such and like?
Mr. City Attorney, that is correct. Staff report as noted in the backup for the commission is there, along with the proposed ordinance, our business impact statement, et cetera.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mealy, the podium is yours.
Thank you. Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to ask that the presentation I'm about to show, which has been uploaded to your computer, would be an exhibit for this evening. I'd also like to ask to make sure that we include everything that was presented at the first reading of the ordinance would also be items for the hearing tonight, just like the Planning and Zoning Board
Without objection.
would be. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just inquire for the record, Mr. Mealy, you're counsel, but you're also acting as a sworn witness, correct?
Yes, I've been sworn
Thank you,
and
sir.
I understand the rules of the procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I know that at least three of you heard this on first reading, and I think Commissioner Rodriguez probably heard it from the audience. But because we have to put items on the record tonight, because it is a formal quasi judicial procedure, I might take a little bit longer than I normally would, but I'll try not to take too much time. So you see the property just on the left-hand panel. It's just a larger area of, oh, I'm sorry.
1 second, sir.
Am I close enough to the mic now?
Yeah,
We're close enough, but we don't have your slide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It's not
Thank you,
my
Mr.
screen.
Mayor.
It's not on yours, sorry.
The presentation is now being posted on the
Go ahead.
screen. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So on the left-hand side, you see the subject property kind of in a zoomed out portion. Shops of Pembroke Gardens is north of us. South of us is the Kaiser University and the hotel. And then when you zero in on a little bit more, you see as well. So a lot of what's going on with this MXD amendment is taking a surface parking lot, a huge surface parking lot, and converting it into something more useful. As Mr. Stam said, we already have included the residential portion as part of the previous MXD, and we're adding the medical portion as part of the amendment. So here's the history of the application, and you see, I mean, a full page of items for the land use amendment that we did at the city and the county that was approved. The rezoning we did when we first changed this from PCD, Planned Commerce District, to MXD, Mixed Use District, and you see all of the hearings and so on. So we were at the Planning and Zoning Board earlier this year. It was a unanimous recommendation of approval. Of course, the staff recommendation was approval as well. And then at the first reading, we had a unanimous vote for this MXD amendment. Just zeroing in on the property where you see that kind of brown color, that's the office park land use, where you see the 46.1 with the yellow and white stripes. That's the residential portion of the property, residential land use portion of the property. And then zoning, it's MXD now, and we're changing it. It'll still be MXD, but because we're amending the design guidelines, it's treated as a rezoning with a recommendation by staff, P&Z, and then 2 readings of an ordinance at City Commission. So this is the prior MXD plan, the one that's currently in effect. And the area over to phase 2 on the right, you'll see that when I show you the proposed, that remains the same. And the area all the way over on the far left where the residential is stays almost basically the same. It's the same number of units, the same building height, but a little different configuration that we'll be proposing. It's that area in the middle where you see right under the words phase 1, those blue buildings, those are already there. Those will stay. The ones on the left will change. So let me show that. So this is the proposed MXD master plan, the one that went to P&Z and that you saw in first reading. And you notice the blue buildings to the northern portion of phase 1 are still there, the same as they were. Phase 2 is the same. You see the residential building on the left. And then you see in the middle where the area, the building's now pink, that's the medical uses that we're introducing and changing from the general office we had before. So if you see the approved and then the proposed, you see the one thing that's different
is the introduction of the medical office and freestanding emergency department that you see in the lower left-hand portion of the screen in green type. So this is something we've shown on a variety of developments along this area. This is truly a mixed-use corridor, all the way from Pines Boulevard to Pembroke Road. You have a lot of different types of uses: retail, hotels, schools, offices, and now medical. So it's truly a mixed-use area that is doing extremely well. We now include in all of our applications the sustainable design elements. That's part of your code. So we just wanted to show some of those here. These are the ones that relate to the project, and then now just some renderings. So in this rendering, you see 145th Avenue in the foreground, I-75 in the background. The residential building is to the left. The medical building is in the center, and then the existing office buildings are on the right. By the way, any questions at any point, I'm happy to answer them. This is zeroing in more on the medical use, so that you're looking towards the south. You got I-75 on the right, 145th Avenue on the left, and that's the Baptist building in the center there, and our residential building kind of right behind it. Just showing you the Baptist building a little bit more. This is the view from 145th Avenue. And keep in mind, you know, when you see things like signage and so on, that's all on the site plan. These are depictions. I think they're pretty accurate, but I don't want you to say, gee, is that sign exactly the right size or whatever, because that'll be dealt with on the site plan. By the way, since this is a mixed-use zoning district, the site plan comes back to you for final approval after review by the staff and the recommendation by Planning and Zoning Board. This is the Edison Residential Building, again, just looking at it from a different angle, and another angle on the Edison Building. And then I want to just zero in a little bit on the medical uses. So the first thing on this is, what is BICC? That means Baptist Integrated Care Center. I think the rest of the terminology is self-explanatory. So Baptist is already in Pembroke Pines. It has been for a number of years. They have a beautiful facility over on 160th and Pines Boulevard that serves a lot of local residents. And this is going to allow us to serve more local residents. So this is just showing you a little bit of the numbers of what Baptist does and what they've been doing for years. And then what have they been doing in Broward County? Again, for years, all the different things that we provide here. And our Broward County presence is growing and growing every year. These are some of the facilities we have, and you see in Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County, even down into Monroe County. Baptist is serving the community. They've won a lot of awards. I'm not surprised. They run a great organization. And then this is just our facility that's currently in Pines that you may have visited. I know I've been there. I had a couple of tests done and think they turned out well.
Well, that's good news.
Huh? Thank you.
good news.
Thank you. And then we're also very active in the community with clubs and charities and sports, and we're going to continue to do that. And then this is some of our charitable efforts. We've recently built a similar facility in Plantation off of Broward Boulevard, and it's doing very well. And if you go up in that area, you can see how it looks, very attractive, very well designed. So I'm going to just digress for a minute. I believe that you all have received a letter on behalf of the Memorial Healthcare System. It was dated April 2nd from their attorneys. It's my understanding that the city attorney provided copies to each of the commissioners right after the letter was delivered to the city. Commissioner Rodriguez perhaps got yours a few days later, but I understand everyone did receive it. So I am going to refer to some of the allegations made in the letter and show you some of the reasons why we believe it's incorrect. So the first thing, I know the city attorney has already talked about this. Affected persons have a different status in a quasi-judicial hearing from people, third parties that are not affected persons. And you see in your code, to be an affected person, unless you're the city or you're the owner of the property, you have to have property within 500 feet. Now, you may remember when we had the HCA hearing last year, Memorial actually put a piece of property under contract that was within 500 feet of that application in an effort to establish that they were an affected person. At least so far, there is no such
property here at this time. In fact, the letter from the attorneys for Memorial referred to 3 properties as the basis for their objections. Those 3 properties are shown on this aerial photo. They're the Memorial Cancer Center, which is on Flamingo Road, just north of Pines Boulevard, which is approximately 1 3/4 miles from the site. Then there is the former bank facility that Memorial purchased at 10175 Pines Boulevard. That's 3.5 miles from the site. And then finally, they mentioned the Memorial Manor location where they're building their new freestanding emergency department. And that's 4 2/3 miles from the site. So clearly, they have not invoked any property that's within 500 feet. They are not an affected person, and they are not a party under your code. Of course, they have the opportunity to speak, but the city attorney has already advised of the nature of that testimony and how it should be weighed. So the first claim that's made is that the proposed freestanding emergency department is not allowed by the land use plan, and that is incorrect. The land use designation for the property is office park use, and you notice under paragraph A, it allows offices. Well, we're going to have offices. And you see under paragraph E, it allows community facilities. Now, it's not unusual for a land use plan to have a category that refers to other categories in the land use plan where they're also allowed in the main category. So here, office park use allows community facilities. Community facilities are allowed in almost every one of your land use districts. So when you look at community facility use, then you see, we already saw the office uses in the office park land use. Now, when we look at community facilities, we see that you can be in all these different land use categories. Community facilities can be in residential, commercial, office park, industrial, and a whole variety of areas. And then when you look at what community facilities means in paragraph A, it includes medical uses like we have. So there is no question that this use is allowed in the office park district. There is also a claim made in the letter from Memorial's attorneys that the office park district is meant for corporate headquarters and office campuses. And the suggestion is that anything other than those 2 things is not allowed in the office district. So we've looked at your land use map, and you have 8 different locations that have office land use. Now, the reason I'm showing this is to show that it's not required that it be a corporate headquarter or an office campus. So if you look at the various locations, and it's just 1 through 8, you can see where they are on the map. Number 1 is the Border Patrol facility. I did the permitting on that probably 25 years ago. It's got a small office. It's got a kind of a warehouse in the back where if you have an illegal boat, they take it and they put it in there until it's auctioned or sold or forfeited or whatever it is. So it's certainly not a headquarters, and it's not a office campus. You have our properties, number 2. Number 3 is the AT&T. I don't know if it's a switching yard or a truck parking yard or whatever it is, but it's more of an industrial type thing than anything else. And it's been there since, I don't know, 40 years, maybe longer. That's an office park land use. Number 4 is a church, again, in an office park area, along with the ticket clinic, dental group, some doctor's offices. Number 6 is a bank. Number 7 is a combination of office, funeral home, a bank, and a church. And number 8 is the office park that I think Howard Zimmerman built many years ago at Sheridan and Douglas. So you see that it's not confined to corporate headquarters or office campuses. So then there was a suggestion that we were using the wrong terminology. The terminology in the statute is hospital affiliated off-campus emergency room. And we called it freestanding emergency department because it's simpler to say. Well, the interesting thing is when Memorial presented their application to you a few months ago, they called it the same thing we did. So I know that the letter is suggesting we're calling it wrong and using the name inappropriately, but it's the exact same name that Memorial used for their application. So the next question is, how do you deal with a use that's not specifically labeled in your code? So keep in mind that freestanding emergency room or hospital affiliated off-campus emergency room is something that was only added to the Florida statutes a couple of years ago. So cities are starting to add that, just like in zoning codes before cell phones were prevalent, cell phone stores weren't in the code either. So what has to happen in a situation like this is your staff is charged with the responsibility of determining the closest comparable category to what's being proposed if the item's not specifically listed. And that was done here, and I believe done correctly, just like it was on the previous two applications for freestanding emergency rooms, the one for HCA and the one for Memorial. There was a comment made in the letter from the attorneys for Memorial that our use is not compatible with our neighbors. And there was a comment made that on the first reading, when a member of the commission asked a question about this, that the answer was not sufficient. So we're going to give you hopefully a better answer now. So this is the first one. This is Memorial Manor. This is where Memorial's new freestanding emergency department will be going. It was recently approved. And you notice we have single family to the south, the multifamily to the east and the west. Now, there's a suggestion made in the letter from Memorial's attorneys that because we're going to have a 7-story residential building adjacent to the freestanding emergency department, that will somehow be incompatible with the residential. And so we're looking here, and when we look at compatibility and we look at residential, we also look at the density of the residential. So as I mentioned, ours is a 7-story apartment building. Here, next to Memorial's facility, single family homes right across the street and multifamily east, west, and north. By the way, they also have a nursing home on the property just to the north of where the new freestanding emergency department will go. And I know on our previous HCA application, there was a contention made by Memorial that it was inconsistent with an ALF that is under construction. And a nursing home is even more sensitive than an ALF in that type of situation. This is Memorial Hospital Pembroke, and you have multifamily to the south and the east. And when I first looked at this slide, what I thought of is there was more controversy about the apartments that went south of Memorial Pembroke and north of the townhomes and that you see on here than there ever was about anything the hospital was doing. So again, we have apartments next to the hospital, and we have multifamily south and east. And you notice on all these slides, I haven't gone into it, but these hospitals are much larger than a freestanding emergency room. Memorial Pembroke has 301 beds, in addition to an emergency room and all the other services. This is Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital, Memorial Regional in Hollywood. And you can see just by looking at the aerial photograph, there's single family homes all around it. This is Memorial Regional South off of Johnson Street, single family right across the street, multifamily right next to it. And I'm not pointing this out to suggest that just because I'm showing these maps, these things are compatible. I'm showing it because these conditions exist all over South Florida and probably all over the country, where medical facilities are located convenient to the people who need them. And that's what we're doing here. So I'm not suggesting that Memorial is wrong having these facilities next to the homes. I'm just suggesting it already has occurred, it's already there, and it already works. Now, we're not just limiting this to Memorial, we're looking at others as well. So here's one of the HCA facilities at Boynton Beach. There's single family homes right behind it. This is just a freestanding emergency room in this location in Boynton. And then we looked at some of our own facilities for Baptist. So this is our freestanding emergency department in Palmetto Bay. And you can see the houses east, south, north, everywhere but west. And this again is just a freestanding emergency department, not a full-blown hospital. This is one of Baptist's biggest facilities, Kendall. And again, looking at the aerial photographs around this large hospital, you see single family homes all around. And then this is our Baptist facility on Coral Way. And again, single family and multifamily all around us. Now, there was a suggestion made that in our code, in our design guidelines, we looked at the category called specialty medical. Well, what this code section tells you is that whenever you have a use that's not defined in your parking code, you know, you have tables of numbers in your code that says if you have a commercial use, you need this many parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. If it's a restaurant use, you need a different number of spaces. So if it's a category that's not defined, what the planning department is supposed to do is look at the closest category that would be similar to determine the parking count. Now, the Memorial folks have contended that we are a hospital. They said it several times in their letter. We're not a hospital, we're a freestanding emergency room. But if we were a hospital, the parking ratio would be lower. It would be 2.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet instead of the 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet that we're putting in. So if they were right and we were a hospital, the parking would be significantly less. But we're not a hospital, we know that. And so the thing that the freestanding emergency department was closest to is something called specialty medical, which had a much higher parking ratio. And we use that higher parking ratio. The contention in the letter from Memorial's attorneys is that we called it specialty medical because they think we're zone B3, even though we're not, we're zoned MXD. And we had this same question and answer last year when the other freestanding emergency department was up. And the attorneys from Memorial suggested that we were zone B3, and your planning director confirmed we are not zone B3, we're zoned MXD. It's the same situation here. The code said, the MXD design guidelines say that you will use the B3 design requirements unless something else is specified in the design guidelines. And certainly many other things are specified besides B3 in the design guidelines. So this is how we came up with the parking ratio for the freestanding emergency department, which is a higher parking ratio than hospital would be. And then these are the code table that we use for the purpose of computing parking. Those are all the slides I have. I just want to make a couple of quick comments. If Memorial is attempting to be treated as an affected person, I want to put that objection on the record right now because they do not meet the definition under your code. Just a couple of other quick items. On the first read, part of the incompatibility argument in the letter from the Memorial attorneys is that a facility like ours may be detrimental to people living nearby. At one of the previous hearings, there was a concern about the number of ambulances and the sirens. If you'll remember at the first reading, I don't remember which member of the commission asked, but your fire chief came up and was answering a question about how often would they come here? And basically he told you, we don't come here with ambulances. When we transport people, we're taking them to a full-blown hospital. I don't know if you want to ask that again, but I actually watched the video clip this morning. His answer didn't take very long and it was right to the point. So if they don't come here very often, well, then there wouldn't be any sirens. So wanted to make that point real quick. And just give me one more minute. I have more papers here than I need. Excuse me. Oh, then there's an argument that what we have is spot zoning. I don't know how it can be spot zoning when we have MXD north of us, we have PCD north of that. We have a whole variety of zoning districts on the 145th Avenue corridor. That's why I showed that slide to show how it's really mixed use. So virtually anytime someone is going to appeal a zoning matter, they bring up this spot zoning argument. So finally, one last thing. We talked about the standing for this hearing, the 500-foot rule, the affected party. If there is an appeal to circuit court, the person who appeals not only has to show that they're affected under the court's rules, but they have to show they have damage that is different than the community at large. In other words, they have to show how this facility is going to hurt them. Well, all of the allegations made in this letter are how it might hurt someone else. A year ago, when it was the HCA matter, they were saying it was going to harm the people living in the ALFs because you were going to have all these sirens going into with ambulances. This time they're saying that the harm is going to be for the people living in the 7-story building that we're building. And the reason I showed all those photos earlier was to show there is no incompatibility. And finally, I would ask you to remember what your fire chief said last time. You're not going to have sirens coming in and out of here. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them and like the opportunity to respond after the public comment period.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the dais?
If I may have Mr. Stam come up. Mr. Stam, good evening. I can read in the backup. I just want to state for the record that this project is compatible with the comprehensive plan.
Mike Stam, Director of Planning and Economic Development and Assistant City Manager. That is a correct statement.
The applicant's attorney has made the presentation that Memorial Healthcare is outside of the 500-foot boundary. Is that also accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just have, I'm just going to ask this in a very layman's way. So the building that is being constructed, is there any reservation of buildable space? In other words, are we approving a 300,000 square foot building where they're going to build 150,000 square foot now, and later on they'll be already approved for an additional 150,000 square foot, which would allow them to add stories here?
Vice Mayor, the commission has approved the plat on this property. This particular building, again, is subject to site plan approval, and that square footage will be confirmed at that site plan. Could they expand the building? Absolutely. It's very possible. There could be a building B in the future. There's a vacant parking lot. There is some items contemplated in the master plan, but just like everything else, these things have to come back before the commission. I would defer to Dennis if he has the plat note in front of him. I don't have the plat note in front of me at this moment in time. But again, we're here for the rezoning. The rezoning lays out guidelines and a master plan as to what the built property would look like today. If that master plan were to be modified, we would come back with the rezoning.
So why would they come back to us if they wanted to add more to their facility? Like if they wanted to add another story or two to the existing facilities, because that happens a lot too.
Well, at this moment in time, we have not approved the site plan for this building. So what I'm suggesting to you today is yes, we're reviewing a plan, but we haven't approved the plan yet. So I would not want to speculate that, hey, could they put a fourth story and a third story? That's possible, but that's something that would come before this commission because we haven't, it would go to the P&Z first, then come to the commission for final approval because it hasn't been approved yet.
Well, I ask these questions only because we've done this before where we've authorized a large number of square footage where they were only constructing a portion of it, which yes, went before the planning and zoning. And if they decide to add more, providing it doesn't, let's say, go above height, that it would not come before this board, this commission. It would go before the P&Z board again. So I'm just wanting to know if there's going to be any additional development. And you said it comes back before the commission. I asked specifically, why would it come back before the commission if they had additional square footage that they could build with?
So anything that goes over 50 feet in height comes back before the commission. That's a provision within.
I'm just asking about them adding additional square footage. Like you said, they could add another building in the parking lot behind them. We've already approved it. It would just need a site plan approval. Site plan approvals don't come before the commission.
Actually, that's not factual in this situation because as part of the.
That's what I'm asking.
As part of this review, you're approving the master plan for the entire property. At this moment in time, they're not showing those buildings. So if they were to want to develop those parcels, they would be coming back before you to amend the master plan. So if you, if I could, if it's easier, do you have your book in front of you, sir? In the backup, there's a conceptual image that Mr. Mealy showed. In fact, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mealy, I'm going to use your presentation. So today, as part of your approval, this proposed MXD master plan is shown in the design guidelines. So what I was suggesting, and I think where you were going is if they had more square footage, could they just come in and just build? Well, right now they're showing you conceptually where these buildings are going to be located and how this is going to be effectuated. So if they were to modify this, They would have to modify this document in order to build, let's just call it a building B for the lack of a better term, in that parking facility. So what they're showing you here today for this MXD, for these guidelines, is the pink building is the future Baptist building. There's a parking structure that's on the other side of the blue line in phase 2. They're showing, a bank building, but those were previously approved in the last rendition of the MXD. So that's why they're actually here today, is not only to add the standards for medical use, but also to amend the master plan to show how these buildings were going to go. Previously, the commission had approved this master plan. This is where those buildings were approved. So you had a previously approved office, those blue buildings, although they were never built. There was a site plan approval. They built the first two, these two blue buildings. Now they're coming in and modifying them. So with these MXD guidelines, the goal is that it's a master plan type concept so that we know what's coming and when it's coming. In addition to that, we also have plat notes and stuff like that where we come in and modify the specific square footages. Within this MXD, the commission has already approved the Edison apartment building for height. An amendment to that building, like moving the parking garage left and right, that will probably stay down at the planning and zoning board because you've already approved the height for that building. For this building, you're going to see a site plan come back for we'll call it the pink building, the future Baptist building, which includes the freestanding ER as well, or the freestanding emergency department, as well as the medical office uses that they're proposing inside the MXD guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mealy?
Stand real quick.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if you look at the design guidelines that are in the backup on page 3, it gives the quantities that are associated with the graphic that you see on the screen in terms of the number of square feet of each use. And then at the bottom, it acknowledges that the plats may allow greater square footage.
If I may stop you, just page 3, are we looking at the same thing?
Let me.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah, page 3.
So let me try it another way.
In exhibit
Do you have these?
Yeah, he's got it now.
Okay, so,
He's got it now.
okay.
Okay. So,
If we could say for the record, the exhibit and page number, please.
so it's page 3. The first 3
It's
pages
exhibit
are
2,
like
page 3.
the I, the 2I, and the 3I, and after that you have regular page numbers. So on page 3, it gives the quantities in the box for phase 1 and phase 2.
Mhm.
And at the bottom, it says that if we want to do anything more than this, we have to amend the MXD. So that means we would have to come back like another rezoning, like we're doing today. And we would have to amend the site plan if that had already been done. So I'm just telling you, I'm assuring you that if we want to do more than what you see on the screen, we have to come back here and amend the same thing we're doing tonight.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the site plan will have 100 and
The
some
site
odd
plan is going to
thousand
look
square
just like
feet.
this.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. That helps.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a
Real quick,
question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I need to clarify. Commissioner, you just said 150,000 square feet, and I need to be very clear.
No, I see.
If that was anecdotal, I
170
apologize.
square office, 70 medical, freestanding, emergency department, 12.
Okay, no, I
got the idea.
No, because I want to make sure this freestanding ER is 70,000
He's
square
clear.
feet of that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Maybe because I'm obviously new at this and I wasn't here for the first reading or wasn't part of it. What I'm seeing here is a parking garage, parking on the side, and parking for the Baptist. Why is there so much parking?
Because we have to meet your code. And the code has a pretty high parking ratio for medical uses. You know, if you think about a regular office and a medical office, the regular office is going to have that peak hour traffic, first thing in the morning, last thing in the afternoon. The medical office is kind of throughout the day. But your medical office parking requirements are pretty high and we have to meet them.
So we have the parking in front of the pink building, which is the Baptist, right?
Right.
What is the big parking garage? It says 2-story. What is that dedicated to?
That's for the residential building. See, the residential building is in yellow. And the parking garage associated with the residential building is the gray right behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Baptist is the surface parking between the building and I-75.
Mm-hmm.
And then the office buildings that are in blue, you see the surface parking area there, and then another parking garage in the future as we build out the rest of the site.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else of the applicant? City attorney, who's next?
The answer, Mayor, is that if the applicant and the city have finished their presentations and all of the items being their exhibits, evidence, otherwise documentary evidence, which is in the PowerPoint, staff report and other documents are made part of your record this evening, it would then be appropriate to allow the public to be heard who are not affected parties, but are in fact here for the purpose of speaking for or against the application.
Anyone else wish to speak? Please come forward. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Matthew McIntosh, 601 Northwest 82nd Avenue, Plantation, Florida. I was coming today to speak about this plan. First, I just want to start off while I don't approve of everything with this development plan. I do appreciate that the development is building more housing where there currently isn't housing. We are in a housing crisis, and building more housing, even luxury apartments, is how we're going to get out of the housing crisis. That's how we're going to drive down rent. It's a supply issue partly. The problem I do have is that there is too much parking in this proposal that actively works against it being a mixed-use property. The more parking that is provided is the more space out the actual places people want to go to, such as the housing, the office, so on and so forth, from other places of interest like Kaiser University. The more space that there is between places, the more difficult it is to walk there, therefore you're going to drive there. When I look at that map, if I wanted to get through one end of that development to the other, I'm thinking I'm going to drive. That doesn't look like somewhere I'm going to walk to the other end or even walk to the next building. Most of the buildings are surrounded by their own set of parking and roads. A real mixed-use development would realize that, hey, when people want to park during like work hours, it's going to be different from when they need to park at home. Because when you're parking at home, it's more at night. When you're parking at the office, it's more during the day. The idea for mixed use is that you just need less parking in general because people are going to be sharing the same parking spaces. Had some other notes there, but I know this is the second reading and that this is going to be approved, but this is more of a consideration that we need to rethink the parking standards. We've heard from the developer that the only reason why they include so much parking is because that's how the codes are. What that does is that this drives up the cost of developing the housing, developing the offices, including green spaces. It drives up the cost for all of that because we're including parking that isn't actually needed. And this is partly how you solve the affordable housing crisis.
I didn't press the button. I'm new at this job, so I'll give you another minute.
Oh,
You get 3 minutes.
oh, yeah, no worries. Well, that's essentially it. This less parking means lower costs, which means lower pricing for rent, whether it's for housing or for businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Come forward. Your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Scott Zaslav, 2017 Southwest Mooring Drive, Palm City.
Welcome to Pembroke Pines. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just housekeeping. I just want to confirm that the objection that we filed is part of the record for tonight's proceedings.
That being your letter, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
The letter was actually delivered to the commission the day that you request that delivered to them. They have it. I have an email approved that supports the delivery.
Okay.
They have it.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly, I want to address the issue of affected person. We're not claiming affected person status, so let's just make that clear.
You gotta speak up, sir.
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear what you said. You're good.
No, you were on. You just couldn't hear
I
you.
said that we're not claiming affected person status. So I just want to make that clear. A lot was made about that.
I'll give you 20 more seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, well, and in terms of standing, that is not to be determined by you. That's going to be for the courts. You know, I want to start by just saying that, you know, we don't have any burden of proof here tonight. It's the applicant that has the burden of proof, and that they have to show that this use, this hospital use, is consistent with the office park category in your comp plan, and that it complies with the code. And there's nothing that they presented that shows that. All you heard tonight was a conclusory statement by Mr. Stam that it complies, that it's consistent with your comp plan, this use, but it's not. If you take a look, and we quoted this for you in the materials we filed, The office park land use category is for planned office complexes and corporate headquarters. That's right, that's the verbiage. And other uses, non-office uses that are ancillary, which serve those primary uses. Those other uses, non-office, have to foster a campus-like atmosphere. Those are the words in that section of your comp plan. We didn't choose them, those are the words. So office parks create self-contained campuses where the other uses, whether it's a restaurant, a shop, a bank, a gym, they have to serve the needs of who? Of the employees and the visitors of that office complex. This facility that's proposed here tonight is not an office complex, not a corporate headquarters. It's not an ancillary use, which serves just the needs of the people working and visiting this office complex for this campus-like atmosphere. Again, self-contained, campus-like atmosphere. This facility is a far more intense use that Baptist, is going to be providing services to the general public. There's no language in your office park category that allows use, such broad use by the general public. You do have other land use categories in your comp plan that do allow for broader use by the general public. Commercial use in section 2, that is to support the residents and tourist populations of Pembroke Pines. Your commercial recreation use category in section 4, the quote here is for the residents and tourists of Broward County. You don't have any of that language in the office park category. And there's a reason. There's a reason for the distinctions. Because the whole point of the office park is, again, I go back to the language that is used in your comp plan. Planned office complexes, corporate headquarters, and other uses that serve those primary uses, so you can't do this in an office park, maybe in a different type of a land use category, but not in an office park, which is what we are dealing with. There's been no discussion by anyone at the first reading or tonight about anything I'm talking about right now. And it's very important for you all because the last thing I think you want to do is set yourself up for a consistency challenge in court.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
All right, well, if I'm not going to be given much more time, I guess we'll rely on our arguments that we made in our opposition. The other point we made that's very important is spot zoning. If you grant this, it's going to result in spot zoning for the reasons we set forth in our papers. You're basically, there was some talk about how this property is not governed by B3 zoning. It is. Read those guidelines for non-residential uses. It says it's governed by B3. That's in the text of these guidelines. So what you're doing here is you're letting one B3 property owner, which is going to be the applicant by extension Baptist, be able to develop this type of hospital facility on B3 property without going through a special exception process when other similarly situated B3 property owners don't, they're going to have to go through the special exception process, to get the same type of facility. That is preferential treatment. That is spot zoning, and it's denial of equal protection to Memorial.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have a question. I have a couple questions for the speaker.
Go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
You're working on behalf of the Memorial Healthcare System
That's correct.
as our counsel. Is Memorial a public entity?
To my knowledge, yes.
Is it a government entity?
I'm not prepared to answer that. I don't have information to answer that question.
Okay. Anyone on the trim notice will see that the South Broward Hospital District is Memorial Healthcare. So are public dollars being used for this defense to sue the applicant?
Well, I don't know that that's an appropriate question for me to answer tonight.
Well, your testimony said that it's going to go to court.
I didn't say it was going to go. I said that it could go to court.
Okay, wordsmithing, it could go to court. But with respect, so standing, define what standing is.
The only standing that matters for purposes of tonight is not judicial standing. We vehemently disagree with what Mr. Mealy said about how we would not have standing if it does go to a consistency challenge, and I want that to be clear for the record. But that you all are not the arbiters of it. That is for a court to decide whether we have judicial standing. And our standing here tonight is not as an affected person, but as a member of the public. We're having a right to speak.
So who's the member of the public?
Excuse me?
Who is the member of the public?
Memorial owns several properties in the city and has a right to be here to be heard.
Specifically, what properties?
Properties we've identified
Identified where?
in our
No.
papers.
In the memo.
Correct.
So that would be Memorial Manor.
I believe that's one of the properties that was identified.
Okay. It is, thank you, sir. City Attorney,
Yes, sir.
when a government were to file an objection of another government entity's decision, there's a course of action. You just don't go straight to circuit court. There's a process that state law tells us we must follow, correct?
There's a process in Chapter 164 that relates to conflicts between governmental agencies that this city has a unique history with in the past.
And it is, and when two government agencies battle out in the court system, they use public dollars to fight that fight.
And that's theoretically, if I may respond, Mayor, that's theoretically correct.
Okay. And what happens to the prevailing party? When the prevailing party wins, who loses?
Depends upon who asserts the claim for attorney's fees and whether there's a legal basis to pursue them and to assert them.
Generally, it's the taxpayer, because the taxpayer within the confines of Broward County, we're all a part of that tax system. So when a hospital district sues the city of Pembroke Pines, we're all paying for it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any further questions from the public? Seeing none, City Attorney, where do we go?
At this point, if you close public hearing, Mayor, Commission, you would now be able to deliberate under the provisions of the quasi-judicial ordinance that I read into the record earlier,
Mr. Mealy, do you wish to respond?
unless you want to make some closing statement along with staff.
What do you want to do?
Staff can proceed, Mayor.
Mike Stamus, the city manager and director of planning and economic development. Our items on the record, we stand by those items on the record in terms of the compatibility with the comprehensive plan. I think it's important to note that this is a planned district, and planned districts allow for the creation of standards and uses that are separate. The applicant is going through a process. They're going through a rezoning to change the parameters within those mixed-use guidelines. If the use is not listed, it falls back to B3. But this use is specifically listed in the guidelines. You, as the commission, have the authorization by approving these guidelines to then authorize that use. I have no further statements besides for that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mealy, do you have any closing statements?
Yes, thank you. Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. First, I want you to look at in the staff report, there's a specific recognition that the uses are consistent with the underlying office park and residential land use categories. And then also, counsel for the memorial looks at the top paragraph of the office park category and ignores the rest of the text, which you cannot do. You have to look at the whole thing. And so he looks at the beginning that talks about these corporate headquarters. Oh, no, I don't think so. And ignores the rest of the language in the whole section. Just looks at that top paragraph and picks out a few words here and there. That's not how you do it. You have to look at the whole thing. In fact, uses permitted in areas designated office park are as follows, much more specific than the general language at the beginning. And it tells you exactly what uses you can have. And then once you go to community facilities, then you see all those things again. So we looked at the other 7 office park land use categories in the city, and none of them are corporate headquarters or office campuses. And as for the spot zoning argument, I would just refer to you again to the slide we showed about the 145th Avenue corridor that has a mixture of all kinds of different uses. We are not B3. If you have any question about whether we are B3, please ask your staff. We are MXD, not B3. And so they can't say we're B3 and that we need a special exception because we don't.
Thank you very much. Anybody further from the public? Seeing none. Any discussion on the dais? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes, I vote last.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes.
And by your vote, this item is adopted. And I thank everyone for their
For the
participation.
record, Mayor, as you proceed, the ordinance number for the record is 2018, which is the permanent number, and all manner of documents, materials, and exhibits that were considered by the commission were admitted into evidence by the clerk and are made part of this ordinance as a matter of public record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
So the next item is item 16.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Item 16 for the record, it's motion to adopt proposed ordinance number 2024-04 on second and final reading. Reads as follows. Proposed ordinance number 2024-04 is an ordinance of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending chapter 52 of the city's code of ordinances entitled Streets and Sidewalks, specifically amending section 52-24 entitled Construction Maintenance Requirements to increase the vertical clearance requirement for trees located within the swale areas, providing for conflict severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 16 on the floor, Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Schwartz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there any discussion from the public? Any from the dais? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Schwartz.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes, and by your action, this second reading, this is now law.
For the record, Mayor and Commission, the permanent number on item number 16 is 2019.
Thank you very much. First reading ordinances, number 17,
Thank you, Mayor. Read, Mayor.
please.
Thank you. Number 17 is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2024-02 on first reading. It reads as follows. Proposed ordinance number 2024-02 is an ordinance of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, pursuant to section 8.03 of the city of Pembroke Pines Charter, authorizing the execution of an agreement to enter into a sublease attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference to real property generally located at 8103 South Palm Drive, that's Tower 1, 8210 Florida Drive, that's Tower 2, and 8203 Florida Drive references Tower 3, collectively referred to as the Pines Place and described in Exhibit B, which property is subleased by the city from the State of Florida Department of Children and Families Services and owned by the State of Florida to the Board of Trustees of the Internal Trust Fund of the State of Florida, authorizing the closing of the transaction contemplated in the agreement effective upon the filing by the city manager with the city clerk of a certificate confirming that the closing requirements in the agreement have been satisfied, the form of which is attached to is Exhibit C, subject to the terms and conditions as set forth in the agreement. Authorizing the proper city officials to execute all necessary documents and to take all action necessary to close the transaction consistent with the authority granted herein, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 17 on the floor, Mayor.
Is there a motion for discussion?
Motion to discuss.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? I'll second the motion. Does anyone want to be heard about this from the public at this time? Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like
Yes,
to
Vice Mayor?
speak a little bit about this then. So I generally understand what is being accomplished here. You know, we built a facility that was intended for senior living, and it morphed into more of affordable housing for folks that desperately need this type of housing. And we certainly are probably currently charging rental rates.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, the court reporter wants her mic.
Yeah, I'll wait for that to happen.
How many of them are there? One over there too. Right ahead, I'm sorry.
That's fine. And so I was saying that the housing is, provides a great service for people who are in need, certainly those who are well below the AMI. And knowing that the rates I'm certain that we're charging right now are very favorable, for people who are probably, 50% or maybe even less below the AMI. And what does that mean for the city? Well, probably means in some format that there's a potential that we're probably doing some sort of subsidizing that building because of the constant maintenance that's required. So I understand that. And so what's being placed before us is, what staff does, and they do a very good job of, trying to find the best business deal. And in this case, the business deal, amounts to about a $30 million benefit to the city. So did they do a good business deal? Yeah, they did. I'm not going to debate that. I think though the concern that I'm having is that we need to probably balance the business deal by considering what is socially most appropriate. Our most important issue in the county, if not in the state, is affordable housing. And the county recently themselves went through a process where they've placed a burden on all of the cities within the county to provide some real support for affordable housing. We are already doing that by maintaining this facility and allowing, these people that need housing at a rate that they can afford so they can work and, wash our streets, paint our houses, feed our kids at the cafeterias and all these other things. That's very, very important. This business deal gives the ability for rent increase, for people who are 80% of the AMI, at 10 years, anybody below the 80%, over a 5-year period, raise them up to an 80% AMI, which is, it's just a bunch of words saying those who can afford it now are going to have to get a rent increase within 5 years that they might not be able to afford, and they're going to have to leave. And so what we're doing is we're elevating the rental rates for these people that need these homes. So I don't know if this is an appropriate thing to do. I think we need to maybe consider a little bit of a pause and do a little bit more research from the social perspective in terms of how are we managing our affordable housing here in Pembroke Pines. We got a great asset, don't throw it away. That's the way I see it. So, there was a question I did ask, and I said, well, how many other people, are interested in this too? And there were other interests, so don't know if maybe there was an ability to still consummate a deal where we would be able to, put ourselves in a good financial position in regard to this facility and yet accept a lower profit margin in order to be able to extend a a benefit to the people that are currently living there now. So I don't know if any of that took place. I mean, we typically have a process that we would go out to a bid and you know, the best offer would win the bid, and the best offer here would be, how do you balance out, you know, the dollar resources that we receive versus the social responsibility that we have. So it's very, very important to me to say, well, let's evaluate what is the true impact of letting this go to the affordable housing solution that we already have. So I really don't believe we should be giving that up.
Just a point of clarification, I believe you said 5 years. Did you mean 10 years?
No, I mean 5 years. It says it right here. It says it on page 3.
Do you know what
It
number?
says in the very last paragraph, page 3, where it says H.G. Pines has agreed to limit rents. We're looking on page.
We're looking at the Monday evening memo
No, we're looking at page 3 of the backup document.
of the backup documents. Because I asked a similar question.
So it says H.G. Pines has agreed to limit rents to 80% of AMI for a period of 10 years. For current tenants whose rent is lower than 80% of AMI, rents will be raised gradually over a 5-year period. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I see
For
where you're
people that
coming
are
from.
really in need, that are really, need the affordable housing, are going to get a 5-year increase. And then the question is gradually, what's gradually? Like 10% 1 year, 80% the next year, and 2% the years after. I mean, there's no clarity in that either. And I just don't agree, period, to the fact that they're going to raise, to get up to the 80%, so that in 10 years that they would be able to be unlimited. So I think we're just going to be, I would like for us just to slow down and just give a little bit more thought to this, to what is the social responsibility for affordable housing.
So can I just ask, because now I'm a little bit confused. My understanding was that the rents for these units, I don't know, Jay, if you have the answer, or who has the answer, but my understanding is that the rents for these units were tied to fair market rent. Is that correct? Can you come forward, please?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
These rents are all based on the affordability, which is 80%.
Right.
And any affordable housing project today is in fact based on that 80%. And there are many of our renters that are actually paying that today.
That are paying
that. There are some that have been there for a number of years.
Right.
And we never really increased rents for a number of years, and therefore we were absorbing losses. But this particular program, and it's guaranteed by our sublease with the state, and it's a requirement in our sublease from the state that all of these apartments remain affordable. And anything building today is really based upon that. And what the company that has proposed, H.G. Pines, has proposed that they would gradually move those who are at the lowest level, move forward up to that 80%. And that does in fact meet the requirements of the purchaser's sublease with us. They have also indicated that they would be providing additional amenities to the site by making this affordable, this housing, one that's very similar to maybe the commercial type, where they were going to add amenities such as a pool, outside park areas, gyms, working in creating programs within there, because we also have children living there with after-school programs and everything. They are present here this evening if you wanted to ask those specific
Well,
questions.
we'll bring them up in a minute, but I just want to get to the point of what was said. So they're supposed to be paying 80% of adjusted median income now.
And they're not. There are some who are not.
Well, I don't know how that happened to begin with, but okay, let's get past that. The issue is, if there's an individual living in public or affordable housing that isn't bringing in 80% of adjusted median income for their rent, they need to be case managed and they need to be brought into a benefits review so that we can fix that problem. That has to be fixed. If we couldn't collect 80% of adjusted median income for these units, the business plan for those units would fail. Because the margin, you referred to a profit margin. There shouldn't be any profit margin. I mean, the issue here is affordable housing. When government runs it, we seek to break even. So it's the debt service, it's the operating costs, and it's an operating reserve. That's the way affordable housing works. And if they're not currently paying 80% of median income, they need to be sitting down with the senior center to figure out what we have to do in order to make that work. If I can tell you, not everyone there is Section 8, but there are some Section 8 vouchers there. If they're getting Section 8 vouchers, they're getting 80% of that money. So I'm sort of surprised to hear this, but I sort of want to step back just for a second and because I asked many questions about this, which are in the Monday evening memo, and I hope that you all had a chance to read them because I tried to zero in on exactly what's going on here. And it starts with something that's very simple in philosophy. The job of government is to do for the people that which they need, which they cannot do for themselves, and which the private sector will not or cannot do, either at all or as well. That's the job of government. We fill the gap between have not and must have when the private sector can't do it. That's the job of government. Now, some might disagree with that philosophically. There it is. And it's been like that since the dawn of the Republic. And in the area of affordable housing, we in government are engaged in it because the public sector can't figure it out. It won't pencil out on paper once you take in the cost of land, the cost of construction, the cost of upkeep, taxes, all these other things to which government, if it's smart about developing the housing, doesn't have to pay. Now, we have many more units to build than we currently have. If we had doubled the portfolio that we have, and let me just be clear, no one in South Florida does as much for affordable housing than Pembroke Pines. Nobody, certainly in Broward, does. We are the model, but we have 800 units. This is a city of 180,000 people, Mike, more or less. Okay, and the number of people that need affordable units, particularly young people, given the salaries that they're getting today, is huge, huge. This 100% of median income, that's a real number. That workforce number is necessary. That workforce number wasn't pulled from the sky. That workforce number is a reflection of incomes. That's how we got to the 120%. And if we want to build more of these units, we're going to have to put some scratch together. It's just that simple. Now here comes this company. Well, I don't know from Adam. But here comes this company, and they want to take over this responsibility, and they're telling us, and this is where I'm going to ask you to come forward. Now, thank you. And introduce yourself, because I have a series of questions.
Elliot White, 35 Pearl Road, Saugus, Massachusetts.
And you represent the potential buyer of this building?
Yes, sir.
Of these buildings. Okay. So my first question was, this facility will be affordable in perpetuity, affordable housing in perpetuity, and cannot be converted into market rate housing without city commission and state approval. If this is not the case, please clarify. And the answer I got from administration was, the facility will remain limited to senior affordable and workforce housing due to the requirements of the city sublease with the state. In other words, the state won't allow it to be anything else. This building is on a human services campus. The only reason there's any housing there at all is because it falls within the human services spectrum. So you agree, these buildings will always be affordable housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I interject here for just a moment
Yes,
in
sir.
regards to that, though?
Yes, sir.
So when we talk about affordable housing, it's, we gotta be very careful because we have different categories. We have low, very low, low, moderate, and then you have percentages of the AMI based on that.
Right.
And so we are right now in a category of low is 80%.
Right.
And anybody below that is considered very low. And when you take a look at the numbers, the housing need is greatest at the lower end, not the higher end. And so just a real quick, so a house of four, just saying a house of four,
Right.
in 2023 numbers, they need a $76,000 income just for the 80% of the AMI. And still on the affordable chart is the moderate, which is 120% of the AMI. They need $115,000. If they're going to take this to the upper limit of the affordable housing, $115,000 for a family of four may not be at all achievable.
He doesn't have families of four.
Yes, Commissioner, the most we would have, we have very few two bedrooms. The majority of them are one bedroom. So
Right. These are
they're usually families of
These
two.
are one bedroom
Correct.
units. How many two bedrooms you got in the whole thing?
Jay, how many are there?
70 out of how many?
800.
Yeah, it's really, but you're on the right track with that.
We just got to keep that in.
Yeah, now here's the other thing. My understanding, Jay, is that these buildings were never constructed, or this program was never set up for 50% or less of median income. Can you say that, man? Speaking to the mic.
I'm sorry, Jay Schechter, Director of Community Services.
Mr. Dodge, do you recall, the way I recall it, this whole project was set up for 80% of median income. It was never for very low income housing.
That is correct. And also.
That's what public housing does.
And also ours was a little bit different. We had a requirement, not so much, it was based upon you had to have a certain amount of income to even qualify to live there.
Right.
So theoretically, there could be some people living there with higher incomes and
But-
they weren't disqualified.
But now I want to speak to you again. So let's say of your current residents now, most of them are seniors anyway, and they fall into the category that my colleague very correctly cares about. We all care about it. What are you going to do with somebody are you going to work with them? Or are you going to say, I'm sorry, you got to go? Well,
Sure.
how's this going to work?
Sure. So my understanding is that about 20% of the property is currently senior.
Yeah.
I think that's right. So the property is currently charging rents at 80% of AMI.
Right.
New tenants are paying that. They're paying that on renewals. My understanding, and Jay will correct me if I'm mistaken, is that upon lease renewal, all current tenants are being given a $100 increase per year.
A month.
Per month. Yeah, sorry, once a year, they're being given a $100 a month increase.
Yeah.
That pace puts them at today's 80% of AMI rents in year 5. So from my understanding, that was sort of the current plan. We're affordable housing operators. We don't have market rate housing. I could make more money with less brain damage doing market rate housing, as you can appreciate. We work with our residents. We're going to own this, if this passes, for a very long time. We're not in the business of raising rent.
But you're going to govern yourself at the 80% and at the 120% for the workforce. Is that where you're at?
Yes,
Or and that number changes over time. But you're going to govern yourself within the state rental guidelines.
Not only are we going to, we're going to file a restrictive covenant for the property.
Well, I have to tell you that guarantees that this facility in perpetuity will indeed be affordable. And so my next question was that the rents charge will never exceed you just answered that the current residents there will not be displaced.
Current residents will not be displaced, no.
Can you say that again?
Current residents will not be displaced.
Okay, I didn't hear you the first time. Okay. And Um, You know, I think he already answered all the rest of the questions. And I gotta tell you, we finally now have a commission that's serious about moving forward with affordable rental construction, on a much larger scale. And, I'm very excited about the future of this. We have government properties that we can get our hands on and put these units up to house our own. And that's my other question that I had for you. I want to make sure that every single vacancy that you have, you don't give it to somebody else if somebody from Pembroke Pines wants it. We have a program, and it has helped so many in Pembroke Pines to get over the NIMBYism, the silly NIMBYism of affordable housing, because we're housing our own people. These are our own moms and dads. These are our own grandmas and grandpas. These are our own young people that they're living next to them now. So the fact that they should be living next to them in an apartment building shouldn't make any difference. And Pembroke Pines residents get it. When you explain it to them, this is housing for our own people. This is very, very important to us. So if we sell you this building and you're going to take our referrals to the point where you'd only offer an apartment to someone from somewhere else if we didn't have a tenant to give you.
Yes, sir. Provided we're in compliance with fair housing laws, absolutely. There'll be local preference for.
You'll always be in compliance with fair housing. There's nothing wrong. If you look at the demographics there, they probably exceed the demographics in our community in terms of fair housing. We have always been that way. Jay has run an amazing program, and I want him to continue running an amazing program. But for this program to grow without raising taxes, we got to bring money in. And we have someone from the private sector willing to step up and give us the necessary assurances. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm super thrilled to hear that we have the opportunity to continue this great program that we built so many years ago and bring in cash so that we can pyramid on it. You get so few opportunities in government to hit a home run. And I just want to make sure that this is not a foul ball. I want to make sure that this one goes over the fence. So we're asking you pointed questions. I respect that my colleague, the Vice Mayor, asked you what he asked you. He's concerned about people who earn less money, being in an environment where they're going to be thrown out. That's not going to happen, right?
It's not going to happen.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions. Do we know how many people are paying below that 80% currently?
Jay?
No worries. I didn't think to ask it.
We can provide you that information. We
Okay.
do have it.
Thank you. My second question is, I asked question number 10. It says, can we have examples of other projects from the proposed buyer? Do we have a portfolio of similar projects and statistics as to how many tenants have been able to stay through the changes? I appreciate the response. I just didn't see statistically how many people have been able to stay through the changes.
All of our tenants have been able to stay.
Okay, 100%.
100%. Yeah, anyone who's wanted to stay has been able to stay.
Thank you.
Of course.
That's it for me.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Good and I have served on the city's Affordable Housing Committee. And our Citizens Board does a fantastic job. The city of Pembroke Pines built this facility long before I got to this commission. Long before I got to this commission, the commission had a big decision to make because it was 55 and over. But they weren't filling the rooms.
Mhm.
So they changed it to 21 and over.
But we actually, Commissioner, changed it to workforce.
Workforce,
housing
yeah,
and
it went
affordable.
through a process, right?
Mhm.
City Manager Dodge and I have been speaking on this for quite some time. The city would need to inject a significant amount of dollars in order to bring it up to the level that this organization is able to do immediately. We would have to do it through tax increase. They have the ability to do it.
So I'm just going to go back. I apologize. We get a little emotional about this. I was an 8-year-old kid living on government assistance. Mom working, trying to figure out how to feed 2 kids. And I'm standing in line with the food stamps, the cheese lines. I wish I had this opportunity for my mother. And I know this, that City Manager Dodge has led this city with compassion. And if he tells me it's going to be okay, I'm good with that. The fact that we have testimony tonight, that's the easy part. But there's no way our city manager would ever put something in front of us that was not good for this community. And so it's first reading. If there's any question between now and second, it could be answered, but we should have a unanimous vote tonight to move this forward on first reading. If there are some isms that need to be figured out, by all means do that between first and second. But I'm happy to support the item, and it's been said in the past, this doesn't happen often. And the folks in Massachusetts are lucky to have you, and I want to welcome you to South Florida as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes, sorry, I had a couple more questions. I forgot that I had written them down. So, legally, are we putting down the first right of refusal for the residents of Pembroke Pines? Are we allowed to do that?
Yes, the preference would be for any new tenants coming in,
Got it.
would be for a Pines resident.
Okay, and then my other part is, what are your plans or what have you been doing in the other properties that you have like these regarding advertisement and community outreach? There's a lot of these great services that we have. Sometimes the community just doesn't know that it is an option, especially when you have vacancies. Usually housing like this is pretty easy to get filled. But just in the case that at some point it wasn't able to get filled, what are you planning on doing to advertise to the community that this is an option for them?
Sure, so I appreciate that. If I may, just a little background. I am only here through a lot of luck and a little bit of hard work. I lived on the margins when I was younger, to address Vice Mayor Good's point. I'm not from a wealthy family. I've worked very hard to get here. I understand what it's like to be on the margins. Our plan is not to take advantage of the folks who live at Pines Place. That fundamentally bothers me. I know operators who do that. That's not what we do. I'm very passionate about the projects that we have. I tend to romanticize them and fall in love with these properties. We care about them. We spend a lot of money and a lot of time there. One of the things that we really like to focus on what we're doing here at Pines Place is creating a resident service program, and that sort of functions as outreach as well. One of the unique challenges that everyone who's living in affordable housing has from time to time, not just here in Pembroke Pines, is there's a whole suite of services that different local governments make available, Pembroke Pines, Miramar, surrounding communities. But often the folks who are living in these communities may not have the resources or the ability to access those services. And we find that bringing in a resident service coordinator who's paid by us, who's full-time at the property, whose only job is to let the residents know about the different things in the community that they can access, has been incredibly beneficial. It works really well for retention. You build good relationships in the community so you can find new residents if for some reason we do experience vacancy. We're going to be setting aside a substantial budget every year for resident events. We're going to survey the residents at Pines Place, ask them what they would like to see, but this can be anything from school lunch programs in the summer, after school tutoring. It can be GED placement, GED training programs. It can be computer education. It can be movie nights. It can be whatever we feel is going to be beneficial for the residents. The question was posed earlier, yes, this is a good business deal, but is it the best thing for the community? Candidly, we could charge more in rent and afford to pay more for the property. I think that what we have tried to accomplish here is the right balance of proceeds to the city of Pembroke Pines, taking care of the residents, ensuring long-term affordability, and providing services to the community. I know that was a long-winded answer to a direct question, but we spend a lot of time providing services and using those to reach out to the rest of the community.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Any further
Yes,
discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So, and thank you to all my colleagues and thank you for all the rosy side of the conversation. First and foremost, a social responsibility does cost money. I'm sorry. That's why we have programs federally, locally, wherever. And I see this as our contribution. You know, if everything is honky-dory, you know, we have all this uncertainty about, you know, what's, you know, how many people are there that really can afford going somewhere else and everything. You know, we didn't notice any of the residents, anything was happening. And so I see that we're going to let them know for the second reading.
Right.
You know, but we should have let them know in advance. You know, I mean, if there was like a huge outcry, we would have known a little bit more. I mean, between first and second reading, you have very little time to operate. You know, you know, you speak to all these great things that your company is going to do, and I have no doubt you're honest with what you're saying you're doing. But the reality is that you could be sold tomorrow, and you'd be a totally different company that would buy your company or take over. You could sell this asset to somebody else. We're doing it now. It happens. You can look like that, but I'm going to tell you, it happens because I've experienced, I've seen it, and I've actually had to deal with it personally with these kind of affordable housing units that get sold from one company to another to another. Not saying you're going to. I know you have great intention, but we're talking about how long is this contract for? Mr. Manager, may I through?
Yeah,
I'm not done yet, but I just want to
Yeah,
ask.
I was
how long
gonna,
is this contract?
I was gonna go to him, about your earlier point about, is this business of selling and is that allowed on this campus?
It's in the sublease. All of this would be subject to commission approval.
Okay. So
Is that correct?
they'd have to
Michael?
come here in order for that to happen.
Correct.
So how long is this contract for? How long is this lease for, the sublease? How many years?
The sublease runs coterminous with the sublease, so through 2099.
Through 2099. So what is that? in years?
2090.
2090.
90.
60 some years.
So this is for 60 something years.
Mhm.
And we're making a decision today, and, you know, we should be thinking about going forward, because the most important thing just to be aware of, and simple math sometimes really kind of helps me in understanding things. But, you know, you're going to go from, in 10 years, you're going to go, you know, from an 80% AMI to 120% AMI to stay within the affordable range. That requires an income increase of 50% for anybody who's living there. So when you go from after 10 years and you start raising those rates, anybody who lives there is going to have to make 50% more than what they're currently making in order to be able to continue to afford. So I'm just sitting there looking at long term, not just the short term. 80%, thank you, great. You know, too bad the contract couldn't have been 80% for the entire 60 years, you know, but that's not what it is. And that's what we're being asked. And so I do have reservations. I don't think, me personally, I have enough of what I believe could have been vetted. Again, we've had other people that were interested. Could they have done something where instead of giving the city a $30 million profit, maybe given a $10 million profit, and we would hold 80% AMI for the entire life of the sublease? I don't know that we did that. I don't know that this is the best proposal. This is you're just a single company came to negotiate with the city. That's what happened. And you're coming forward and saying, this is the best deal. How do I know? I don't know that. I don't know it's the best deal in terms of what we really need for the city. And particularly, this is my district. And I have a huge concern because I do have a lot of folks that are in need of housing and have regular issues with staying in housing. They don't make that much money. They're regular blue collar workers doing all they can to make a living for them and their kids. So I asked my colleagues if they would consider just delaying this a little bit so that we can have an opportunity just to expose a little bit more about how this may be actually impacting our social responsibility to our residents in terms of affordable housing.
Is there any objection to laying this item over for 2 weeks?
Mr.
or is
Mayor, if
this-
I may,
time
we
of the-
we do have time between first and second reading. If we had to delay second reading a couple of weeks, we'd accomplish the same thing. But I think we need to move
That's a fair
forward
point.
with the concept. And I certainly can address the vice mayor's concerns, and I can go over those in more detail with them that I wasn't
Okay,
aware of.
anything else? Anything else to be said on this? I just have one more point. When you go for your renewal in 60 years, please invite me. I'd like to be there.
Me too.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
90 something, but I'll be there.
The clerk will, anybody from the public wish to speak? The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mayor, may I ask who made the motion?
Commissioner
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez made the motion, I seconded it.
Thank you.
As long as Commissioner Rodriguez
And
will
we-
let
and
us
we-
know how it goes 60 years from now. that'd be great.
And we will be addressing all of, and I'd like you to get together with the Vice Mayor as well. I want him, all of his issues addressed. Please proceed.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, and by your motion, this item passes on first reading. And I look forward to the community meeting.
Mayor,
It's a
for the
very
record,
important
if you
thing
will,
to
the second and final reading, which will be conducted as a public hearing, it will be on May the 15th in these very chambers. And I would remind the mayor and commission that section 8.03 of the city charter requires a 4/5 vote to approve.
Thank you very much. Item 19, resolutions.
Thank you, Mayor. Number 19, next up is a motion to adopt proposed resolution number 2024-R-10. It is a proposed resolution 2024-R-10 of the City Commission, City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, approving and authorizing the execution and recording of a declaration of restrictive covenant prohibiting incinerators or related uses on the property located at 5400 Southwest 208 Lane, Southwest Ranches, Florida 33332, and directing the appropriate city officials to take any and all action necessary to effectuate the intent of the resolution, providing for conflict severability, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Schwartz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there any discussion?
I'd just like to thank the city attorney for preparing the document. And I look forward to unanimous support.
Mr. Farkas, will you come forward, please? And I want to thank you for making this suggestion. You throw enough darts at the wall, something's going to stick. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Hello, the name's Kenneth Farkas, 5331 Southwest 199th Avenue, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
A friend of the city if ever was. Please proceed.
I want to thank the commission for taking up this item on this agenda and for putting this in motion. I do have a couple of questions regarding it in the hopes of strengthening the covenants. First off, I realize we're only doing one property. As I stated in the last meeting, the city owns multiple properties in this area. And I think that these restrictions should apply to all properties owned by the city. in
One
this
second.
area.
Mr. Dodge, do we own any other properties?
No, this is the only tract that we own.
You don't own the property next to Wesley Clark? You don't
That's
own the other,
That's a city nursery that we're using, and we have.
but that's
one
still
other
in
park.
Southwest Ranches, right?
That is still in Southwest Ranches.
And that could be sold like this.
Well, we have no
house.
control over it, and it's another jurisdiction.
You own the land
We own the land, that's
and
correct.
therefore you can put a restrictive covenant
We
on
could
your
put a
land.
restricted covenant on it, yes.
Is
So,
there any
like
other
I could
land?
have-
I think it's
you would be on top.
10 acres. It's not a large.
Is there any other land that
I'm
we
not
own?
aware of any other property out there.
If you go back to the notes, I gave you all the listings, but there is other.
Is there?
Well,
Attorney, can we-
there are no other properties in this area that. we-
Okay.
City attorney, we bring back another one just for,
Or can we do it now?
if it be the wish of the commission for us to find the additional property that's been referred to and add it to the mix of the exhibit, which would be the description, we could certainly do that. I'm not aware of any other land besides this one,
Let's
which was.
please just do it now.
Okay, so what, give me the motion, city
But
attorney.
we need the legal description that we're referring to. The only one he has is the,
So can we do a draft and adopt?
Just look at the
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
This is a resolution
Look
to,
at Pembroke Pines in that area. You'll find all.
Hold on, we're almost there.
Please.
Go ahead.
thank you, Mayor. The resolution is to essentially authorize the filing of the covenant affecting property at 5400 Southwest 208 Lane. It'd be the wish of the commission to amend the resolution to include any other property to which Mr. Farkas is referring. I don't have a reference on what that location is, et cetera. We can certainly,
All right, then bring back a second resolution.
that would be the better answer.
Okay.
Secondly, on the restrictions part of it, it's very tight in the sense of, it says incinerator and it refers to it as something that burns at sustained high temperatures. The point is the incinerator will never be on this site. What this site will do is a transfer center and others, like an aircraft carrier needs other ships around it to make it work. The incinerator will be on the landfill, but the incinerator can't work on the landfill unless there's other transfer station, ash pits and things like that surrounding it. That's what I'm trying to protect this from. So that needs to be widened to not just say that it defines it as simply a heat burning, but any ancillary service to support an incinerator. That's what it needs to say. And thirdly, the number 3 says if it's sold, then all bets are off. At least that's the way I
No,
interpret
that's not what it says. If I can
it. It
respond. to
says
Mr.
that
Mayor.
it needs to, it says upon the sale.
Hold on.
Okay.
You asked the question, let the attorney
Mayor,
answer it.
For
Go
the
ahead.
purpose of helping the mayor and commission. The provision says on paragraph 3, modification and termination. Unless the property is sold to a third party in full compliance with the city's code of ordinances, no revisions, amendments, modifications, or termination of this declaration shall be permitted unless approved by a majority of the qualified electors of the city voting in a special referendum election. The consequence of which is that if there's been no termination by the electors of the city referencing this property, it is sold with that same condition and covenant when transferred.
Okay, so when it's sold, the next person has to live with that too.
Unless a referendum comes about
That's
to
what I was
release
asking
it.
about.
I mean,
That's
that was the direction of the commission, was to provide the most restrictive opportunity to be able to not allow that
There's
to
nothing
happen.
more restrictive than an
Thank
election.
you for clarifying.
I heard what you
appreciate
said. It's a nightmare.
And then I come back to the second one, because like I said, and especially that was brought to my attention by Mr. Wayne Meeson, Mayor Wayne Meeson of Miramar, who was their concern, Messam, who said that the big concern in the Dade County one is all the other services that'll be there. So if you can look into that and maybe widen the position of number 2 to not define it so magnifying it simply a burning system, because that won't be there as it's currently written.
Okay.
It would
we'll
be a
ask-
train
we'll ask-
station or
we'll
something
ask-
like that.
We'll ask staff
But I do
to-
appreciate, this is great. This is a great first step. By the way, on one other note, you might want to talk to the mayor of Miramar, because I was at a meeting on Friday night
Yeah,
held in Miramar City Commissions with all the city commissions there,
yeah,
where they stated that this was for the Dade incinerator.
yes.
I don't know if it was recorded or not, but Wayne Meeson stood in front of all these people and said he will put an incinerator at that site. Just, he said,
What?
he said, please, I hope it's televised and you should definitely put him on the record on that,
I
because he
think-
said that
You must
what he
have-
did is
I
he
can't imagine him saying.
he's very articulate. He's a well speaker, but he did, because he said it to me and then he said it to everybody. And he did, it was recorded. What he said was, although the Dade County thing is, they have other options. In Broward, we may not have other options, and we do need to take care of our trash, and that seriously needs to be considered as a viable site. And I would ask all of you, especially also you, Commissioner Good, who was part of that protest, to ask him that question to his face, because or to watch the recorded thing from last Friday, because they
Thank you
did
very
tape
much.
it.
I'll call him tomorrow.
Thank you
But,
very much, everybody.
Without water and sewer, you can't have an incident.
Mr. Mayor,
So-
to supplement the record, we can modify the declaration to include ancillary uses as an adjunct to what's already in the document.
Okay, so why don't you just take a look at that? You have to come back to us
No.
anyway, and we have many more things on the agenda, and I
Thank you,
want to
Mayor.
thank you again for coming forward. Okay?
Need a motion?
Anything else on this item?
Yes, quickly, Mayor.
Yeah.
To Mr. Farkas's point, we've written a letter to the Miramar Commission. I spoke 2 weeks ago about their the lack of embracement to reject the Broward County landfill. At the next meeting, I'll be placing an item on the agenda requesting a resolution be sent to the city of Miramar, explicitly asking for their objection. Okay, because we need to put them on the record. The talking, phone calls, and that doesn't work. We need an official, they are not going to support any of this nonsense on our border. That's what we need to do.
Well,
So I'll have an item at the next, on the next agenda to ask for the resolution for them to officially step up to the plate and say no.
don't be surprised if it's not necessary. I'll be calling the mayor tomorrow. Oh, but thank you very much for the comment. The clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Good?
Yes.
Mayor Castillo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
The record, Mayor, the number for that item is number 3862.
Okay. Reports of the league? Not yet, right? Okay. Reports of the city manager?
No items.
Reports of the city attorney?
Yes, Mayor, just briefly, in the backup, you'll find the Charter Review Board's final report and recommendations. Our law partner and Assistant City Attorney Quentin Morgan attended all the meetings. He prepared the document at the request of the chair, the board chair, and the commission, the Charter Review Commission of the city. The commission requested a delay in the delivery of this document until after the election. We've now since delivered the document. I know you've all had a chance to take a look at it. The key reason for delivery to you is as follows. The Charter Review Board in the city is advisory to the board, to the city commission. If it be the wish of the commission after your review to take any of the items that are contained in the report that was offered up by the Charter Board and consider them for referendum conditions and review, and there are some substantive items that are in the backup, it would be required for us to draft ordinances to in fact create referendum questions, which would need to be finalized to the point where they could be submitted to the supervisor elections by June the 10th, which is again the date when qualifying begins. Supervisor would want all referendum questions in hand. So if there is for the next meeting direction to prepare, there's limited time, as it were, to be able to get those ordinances prepared, approved by the commission, and sent down to the supervisor for placement on the ballot.
So commissioners, we still have some time on this. I would actually prefer that we have and this is my suggestion, that we have a workshop on this. I'd like to go through the charter very, very carefully. The Charter Review Board did a great job. They went through, there's a lot of cleanup items that are in there. However, there are items that are missing. We should have the discussion amongst ourselves whether we want term limits. We should have the discussion amongst ourselves whether we want to change the standard from 4 to 3 if we ever needed to act on the city manager. There's a lot of stuff that's going around in people's minds in Pembroke Pines that we should talk about. We should have the conversation about whether administration or the city attorney has any additional suggestions. Maybe there's some best practices in charter language that we should be looking at. This whole issue with the supervisor of elections is going to need to come in for a landing. Our current situation with supervisor of elections is that their edict is in direct conflict with our charter. They're mutually exclusive sets of rules. And so I don't know what the language might need to be. If the supervisor of elections is right, we may need to write a provision that says, in the event of a vacancy, we will have to ask the supervisor of elections for permission to fill it. I don't know what the language needs to be, but I think that we should sit and we should talk about this in a workshop. And I don't know that we can solve it tonight, but what I can do is thank the Charter Board for all the work that they did. They got a very slow start. They were given a lot of work to do in a very small amount of time. And I'm very, very thankful for that. I got to serve on the county's charter board in 2000. We came forward with 13 recommendations to change that charter, and they were all adopted. And it was a whirlwind of activity. And I know what goes into that work, and it's very, very difficult. And I'm very thankful. But there's a lot of stuff that they couldn't get their arms around. And we should have those conversations and decide whether or not their items are for us. They've done their job. Their job was to bring us their recommendations. We now have to decide whether we want their recommendations or which ones of their recommendations we want to put to the public. But that doesn't cheat us from coming up with our own ballot items. So I think we should think it through. And, you know, once we have a fifth commissioner, we should have a workshop. And we should go through the charter and see what else we have to do. That's
Mayor?
my advice. Yes.
Mayor, I want to thank the Charter Review Board. I would really like to express my sadness for losing Paul Girillo
Yeah.
during this process. As chairman of the Charter Review Board, he had goals to have staff come in and explain to the Charter Review Boards how our local government works and that sort of thing. And they were never given that opportunity, Vice Mayor. They were never given that opportunity after Paul's death. And so when I was able to, at the first available meeting to appoint, which was after the August break, I was able to appoint somebody in Paul's stead. At the very next meeting, they closed up shop.
Mm.
So the district never fulfilled its obligation. I would, in lieu of a workshop, I would actually be more in favor of reconvening the charter board once we know what the commission looks like, not from an interim standpoint, but from an election standpoint, when the voters decide who District 4 is going to have. I think that will be the time. I don't see a charter referendum in this November election, given the unfortunate timing of Paul's death, the current makeup of the city commission, the whole interim status. It just creates a swirl of uncertainty. I think the workshop is appropriate. I think the discussions are appropriate, but I really think that we can certainly not be rushed. If we were to have a workshop, there's not enough time for proper vetting, talking to the public, first and second reading, and meeting the supervisor's deadline of June 10th. It just doesn't work.
I have to tell you, it will work. There's plenty of time to do it. And we can get it done in June we can get it done in plenty of time. Mr. Dodge, when we have a fifth commissioner, I'd like you to call a workshop on charter review for the entire city commission. And if we have to work double time to make the deadlines, then that's what we have to do. But it's important that we do this on a citywide basis, and that can't be done with 4 commissioners. It requires 5. So,
okay.
So I want to thank everybody for that. Anything more on charter today?
And we have to make the decision on what we're going to put forth by June 10th.
Right.
Correct?
Only because the answer is yes, Commissioner Rodriguez. The challenge is, of course, that you need 2 readings of an ordinance, and that clock is run down.
And we have budget to do as well, and this is why I wanted to do appointments quicker, but I understand why we needed to take more time, and I appreciate that.
So
We
what
have
is,
budget, we have charter review, we've got a lot of work to do.
so what does the timeline look like? Do we have to adhere to the first reading by the 1st?
The answer is that you have to have an ordinance in place and deliverable by June the 10th. And to the extent that you have to have 2 readings, it's going to be very tough to advertise and actually do that unless you do it as an emergency ordinance.
Well, that's what emergency ordinance to me. It may come down to that.
And special meeting.
It may come down to that. Okay. I think there's a commission item on the addendum.
Yes.
Okay. is that next? I think so. Commissioner Schwartz?
Motion to reconsider commission's prior action taken on April 3rd, 2024, granting a speed hump waiver request to allow for the installation of speed humps on Southwest 54th Place in order to ensure that the fire department has had a sufficient opportunity to review the waiver request.
Okay, before you proceed, a motion to reconsider requires a second and 3 votes in favor. Is there a second to this motion? Is there a second to this motion? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second.
May I address the city attorney?
Yes.
City attorney, now that we don't have a reconsideration, it's unfortunate now I have to, the fire department did not sign off on the speed hump request. It was brought to the commission with the assumption that it had gone through its proper review. There was discussion amongst at least one colleague that there was a 90-second delay. After speaking with our fire marshal and our fire chief, there was an unfortunate error in bringing the item to the commission without backup. And so I wanted to give them the opportunity to work with Mr. Kennedy on making a decision.
Okay.
I don't have a second, but what we do have now is commission action without the support of our fire department.
I think, Mr. Dodge, you and the fire chief should sit and talk about this. A petition was filed. An item was duly brought before the commission. We adopted it. We don't want to reconsider it, so you need to sit down with the fire chief to figure it out. Okay, old business. Anything on old business? Anything on new business?
Yes, I just have a quick
Yes,
comment.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
I spoke with Representative Rob Bontelman. She recently was at the state legislation that finished up, and she had brought forth Bill number 463, which on July 1st would allow the fire department to use blue lights on the back of their engine. I just wanted to give props to her because I know the engine that we agreed to today will actually have those blue lights on the back. From my understanding, the blue lights, let me read from here. Blue emergency lights has a higher contrast and brightness, increasing the visibility and recognition of fire vehicles in low light conditions, especially at night. Blue emergency lighting can also reduce the glare and confusion caused by red lights from other sources, such as traffic signals, brake lights, and neon signs. Moreover, the blue emergency lighting can enhance the safety of fire personnel and public safety by reducing the risk of collision injuries. So just giving a shout out to Robin Bottleman, and I know we're going to be enacting that with the fire engines moving forward.
I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I want to thank State Representative Bartleman for coming up with a great plan. Chief, I know those blue lights are going to make you safer, and I know that you're working on it. And just so folks know, the issue was that blue lights on emergency vehicles were only authorized for law enforcement. Only you all had the use of it. But your colleagues at night were having crashes with the red lights. Apparently, red lights at night are less safe than the blue lights at night. And that's not something I would know, but it's something that you all know. And so they were given the opportunity to have blue lights as well for safety. State Representative Bartleman sponsored that bill, and Commissioner Rodriguez has brought it home to Pembroke Pines, and I want to thank her for that and thank everybody at the fire department. Please stay safe. Anything else for the good? We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Oh.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Good job. Yeah, it's better.